Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, hello to our university officials, paper presenters, faculty researchers, and students present in this session for agriculture. A pleasant morning. I'm Wenelin Nilo, your moderator, together with Mr. Romel Cantua, a rapporteur. So, this international conference for education, environment, and agriculture, ISEA 2022 SCBSUA contribution, is addressing the societal challenges of improving lives and securing a sustainable future through research and innovation. It is organized by Central People's State University of Agriculture in partnership with Vietnam National University of Agriculture and the Ecosystem Research and Development Bureau of Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So as a global community of scholars, it is greater scientists and researchers in an open discourse of current issues and concerns and solution in food systems, learning systems, and ecosystems. On that note, I would welcome you all to session 3A. We are indeed honored with your presence today as we listen to our paper presenter tackles the latest cutting edge research and offers comprehensive global discussion that address current issues in agriculture. So there's a total of 17 papers will be presented in this session. So after every presentation, a 10-minute open forum will follow to accommodate some questions and queries from the audience. So people presenters are highly encouraged to be present in the session hall to answer the questions during the open forum. So you may also direct your question to our paper presenter by writing their names, the presenter, and your question. So we also have a live streaming via Facebook, and those who are watching may also ask questions through the chat box. So let's start this session with our first presenter. So we have here from Partido State University, Goa, Camarines Sur, Philippines, who will be presenting his research paper entitled Women in Fishery Sector of Lagunoy Gulf Gearing Toward Food Security by Dr. Emmanuel A. Hunsay. Good morning, sir. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Good luck po.
Thank you po. To the organizers, committees, panelists, and attendees of the International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture 2022, good day. My name is Emmanuel A. Onsai, and I will be presenting a policy study titled Women in the Fisheries Sector of Laguna Gulf, Gearing Up Towards Food Security, together with Mr. Michael P. Valle and Ms. Ralian P. Valencia. We are faculty from Partido State University and economics scholar from De La Salle University's School of Economics. As to the background of the policy, majority of Filipinos are affected by hunger. Hunger is one of the key issues around the world that world leaders have sought to address for their people. Due to this conflict, multiple government agencies banded together to fulfill this vision, and various intervention mechanisms were already invented. Women of today make significant contributions to the local society and the overall economy. Women generate 80 to 90% of all food consumed locally in many poor nations, and this should be recognized. Women labor in the fisheries and fishing communities should be acknowledged, and studies for policy proposals should be acted. In many countries, women are primarily involved in inland fishing and aquaculture, and this contribution has a significant impact on household security that should be scrutinized. Women's economic contributions are typically overlooked in agricultural statistics. Despite the fact that they produce food and earn money, many of the women are hampered by gender stereotypes, and women have also been excluded from agricultural research and development due to the belief that women belong at home. Few policies were conducted concerning women in fisheries sector, thus this policy study was implemented. Regarding the current policy, according to the Global Food Security Index, the Philippines ranks 64th out of 39 countries in terms of food security. And as to hunger index, the Philippines ranks 68th out of 160 countries. UN Food and Agriculture Organization reports Philippines has made significant progress in improving food security in 2021. We also have the Agrikultura Makamasa from 1998 to 2001, and then the Agrikulturang Pilipino, Agri-Pinoy, 2001. Based from World Bank indicators data, which were analyzed by the researchers, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries account for 11 to 27% of the gross domestic product. In Region 5, GDP is expanding, yet agriculture share of GDP is decreasing. Agriculture in the Philippines is currently being promoted by various legislations. And then here's the policy framework that we have made, from women fish vendors to food security and self-sufficiency for food policy and poverty alleviation programs down to local development. The local development will entail agriculture policy and development, and then it will improve the socio-economic characteristics of women fish vendors, which will serve as input or basis for further food security and self-sufficiency intervention mechanisms and programs. So the statement of the problem, the policy study wants to gear up the food security of women in the fisher sector of Laguna Gulf, aims to describe the socioeconomic characteristics, evaluate the competencies in food security, analyze economic perception, measure the seasonal variation of expenditure, and examine the determinants of the food security. Specifically, it sought to answer the following question. Now, let's move on to the methods. The study used a mixed method, combination of quali and quanti, and then it utilized various data analytical tools. The first one is Angel's coefficient, which was applied to determine the poverty level and as well as expenditure pattern of women in the fisher sector. It also used binary regression analysis wherein the dependent variable was expressed in dichotomous form to analyze the determinant influencing food security and expenditure pattern of women fish vendors. The various indicators or variables were modeled into this one, into this formula equation. We also conducted Watts index decomposition as part of an econometrics analysis expressed in this equation. And then as the sampling technique, we have the Cochrane's formula, a probabilistic sampling, but we also use non-probabilistic sampling to identify the key informants for policy making proposal purposes. As to materials, we have the interview guide and survey questionnaire, and we also facilitated key informant interviews and focus group discussion. Google Forms was also utilized due to the virulent nature of COVID-19 in the conduct of this study. As to the results and discussion, majority of women in the first sector are 49 to 58 years old. Most of them are married and they have five to seven members in the family, and most are elementary graduate. They are also earning income below the poverty and food threshold. They have different or other source of income and have been engaged in fish vending from 1 year to 10 years and above. And then they are selling various types of fish. It could either be fresh, dried, or smoked. Concerning the TSA of women fish vendors and the level of their competency, as to knowledge, they have a score of satisfactory. As to skills, it is as well satisfactory. And as to the attitude, it's very satisfactory. The level of competency in accordance with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, because we have utilized the questionnaire, we can observe that majority of the women fish vendor are more competent. Now, as to the food and non-food expenditure and seasonal variations of the respondents during wet season and dry season, through the Angel's coefficient, it can be observed that most of them are absolutely poor, followed by barely enough food and clothing, and then with the moderate will of standard of living, and least of them are experiencing wealthy life. As to the relationship of women fish vendors' competency and expenditure pattern through correlational analysis, we can observe that the relationship is negligible. As to the wealth and decomposition on economic perception, majority are food insecure with 71.70%. Concerning the factors affecting food security, educational level, occupation, family size, average income, years of involvement, and level of competency significantly predict food security based on 5% level of significance, civil status, type of fish being sold, and expenditure patterns on various seasons significantly predict food security at 10% level of significance, while dependents are insignificant in predicting or influencing the food security of the women and fisher sector. For policy recommendations, it will benefit the women fish vendors, the Lagunoy local government unit, the BFAR, and then the extensionist of De La Salle University and Partido State University. We recommended the following: extension to be provided by LGUs and academic community. We also have training programs on family planning to heighten food security. And then we have they can be enrolled to ALS and TESDA for improvement of their skills. We also have training on alternative economic activities. And then women empowerment should be promoted. Advocacy training on food preparation and processing may be pursued. And an ordinance and fish vending by the local government unit. Then we also have exclusive training for KSA improvement, and then collaboration between various stakeholders, and then specific training on KSA, and then women empowerment through various institutions. Timeliness of trainings should be provided, and support through grants of the government. Profiling of all women in the fisher sector may be done. Involvement of all women in fisher sector. Various encouragement should be promoted. As to economic perception, local ordinance should be crafted, and specific policy proposals were laid out and will be conveyed to the local government unit. Diyos mabalos po, and salamat.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you
Emmanuel
po.
A. Onsai, for presenting your research
Mabalis po.
paper. So, um, it is neglectable link between food security and competencies in seasonal variance of expenditure has been noted. So thank you, sir, for that. I think it's a sustainable extension project because you mentioned also the women empowerment. That is very timely for now since we have to um, rise the economy, specifically in our areas in Lagunoy. So you mentioned also about the economic perceptions that reveals that most women are considered poor and food insecure, right? So there is a level of competencies and expenditure patterns and seasonal variations are significant drivers of food security, and you also mentioned the policy proposals that we outline about the community and economic development of women in the fisheries sector. So thank you very much, sir. So I think later
Thank you po.
somebody will ask you questions about your research paper. So now let's proceed to our second presenter from Bulacan Agricultural State College, Philippines, who will be presenting her research paper entitled ICT Adoption of Irrigators Association's Members Inputs to BAC's Ict Extension Program. So by Engineer Martel S. Fernando. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning po.
Hello po. Good luck po in your presentation.
Good day, everyone. I'm Engineer Mental S. Bernardo, together with Dr. Maria Melanie A. Cruz and Engineer Alfredo Alvaruga Jr. from Bulacan Agricultural State College. We're going to present our study entitled ICT Adoption of Irrigator Association Members Inputs to the CEIAT Extensions Program. Introduction. So nowadays, most countries all over the world uses technology to improve the communication of government and other agencies. Information and Communication Technology, or the ICT, revolutions are rapidly growing, and the paper-based manual systems for processing information are being transformed into digital form. Bulacan Agricultural State College and the Institute of Engineering and Applied Technology, in collaboration with the National Irrigation Association, Bulacan, Aurora, and Nueva Ecija, so-called the NIA Bane, have conducted the farmers' awareness and adoption of the ICT. This study determined the awareness of the ICT resources and its uses in their farming activities to support the Agriculture 4.0 of the Department of Agriculture. So the objectives of the study is, number one, to determine the information and communication technology, or the ICT resources adopted by the farmers from the provinces of Central Luzon, particularly in Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, and Aurora. Number two is to identify the activities they do using the ICT. And last is to identify the possible seminars and trainings needed by the farmers to enhance their ICT capability. Methodology. The NIA Bane in the Region 3, with 1,100 total populations of the association members of the NIA Bane, with 603 farmers answered the survey forms and 293 respondents were obtained from the populations. We start with the problem definition. So, what are the ICT resources used by the farmers? What are the activities they do using the ICT? And what are the possible seminars, trainings they have to learn or to improve for their farming system? Then next is we select our research design. So we use the interview and survey questionnaire for that. Then we have the research instruments, the survey questionnaires. After that, we have the data collections. We do visit the Bulacan, the Nueva Ecija, and Aurora provinces to collect data. And after that collection, we have the data processing and analysis using these statistical tools, then report preparation. Then here are the sum of photos in our data gathering in Bulacan, in Nueva Ecija, and in Aurora province. So after that collection, we came up with the result and discussion. So the Information and Communication Technology ICT resources adopted by the farmers from the provinces of the Central Luzon. So the rank number one is the cell phone with 66%, followed by the tablet. They use the tablet, 13%. Then desktop computer, 6%, laptop, 4%, and 1% for others. So most of the farmers uses their cell phone for their farming system. Then we also got this activities. So we list the activities: the Facebook, email, office application, internet surfing, online transactions, communication, and others. And from that, the farmers uses their cell phone for communication. Then 45% of them uses the ICT, particularly cell phone, for communication. And most of the day, they uses their cell phone. So 29% of them uses their cell phone most of the day. And 25% of them uses cell phone once a day. So the possible seminars and trainings needed by the farmers to enhance their ICT capabilities. So the top one is the internet usage. The farmers wants to have more seminars and training regarding the internet usage, followed up by the Microsoft Office or the Office application, which is the Word, Excel, and PowerPoint presentations. And 24% of them wants to know about computer troubleshooting. Anyway, from that, we have the farmer's profile. So we profiled that the highest degree obtained by our farmers from Central Luzon, specifically in Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, and Aurora, they are 40% of them are high school graduates. Then 31% of them were elementary graduates, followed up by 24%, which is vocational courses graduates. Only 3% of them are college graduates. Then we also have the farmer's average age is 59 years old. The youngest farmers in the region is 21 years old, and the oldest farmer is about 88 years old. So from that, we came up with this conclusion. Out of 1,100 total populations, and 653 out of 1,000 answered the survey questionnaires, and 293 samples were tabulated. The objective number one, which is what are the ICT resources they use in their farming, is 66% uses the cell phone, and 63% is aware about the ICT. It's a good thing that more than 50% of them were aware about the ICT. Then objective number two, what are the activities they do using the ICT? Then 45% of them uses the ICT in their communications. Objective number three, what are the possible seminars and trainings they want to? So they wanted to, or 45% of them wanted to know about internet usage. Okay. So from that, we came up with recommendations. So recommendation is to use the ICT resources to improve their farming system, which is in line with the Agriculture 4.0 agenda of the Department of Agriculture. Then use ICT on the online transactions or e-commerce technology in buying needs to be used in the farm and to be sold their harvested rice, corn, vegetable, and other goods via internet. So which is the technopreneurship program. So references, and thank you for listening. God bless and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Engineer Martel Bernardo for sharing with us the research paper. So it tells that to identify what training should be given to the farmers in terms of ICT usage. So for the result of your study, you use the basis in enhancing in ICT awareness among farmers to help them to improve their capabilities through seminars and training to be more productive in their farming systems and become more greater it is tendency to improve the status of our economy. So I think here in this study, we have to embrace the ICT technology. Even our farmers, they should explore and adapt in farming. So there's so many agriculture application that we can use. So thank you so much, ma'am, for the questions. Later we will entertain. So now let's proceed to our third presenter from Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, Main Campus, Philippines, who will be presenting her research paper entitled Sensory Evaluation of Developed Mango Peeled Ice Cream. So let's welcome Professor Bershiba L. Taklawa. Good morning, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of International Conference Education, Environment, and Agriculture 2022. I am Bershiba El Taklawan from Accra State Institute of Sciences and Technology, Main Campus, Philippines, and I'm here to present my research entitled Sensory Evaluation of Developed Mango Peel Ice Cream. Mango is a perishable seasonal fruit that is lost in large amounts during peak season due to inadequate post-harvest handling procedures. Mango skin, on the other hand, is discarded. Processing mango peel into powder for use as an extra ingredient tends to be a good way to keep it fresh for a longer period of time. Mango peel is the most common byproduct of mango production, accounting for 7 to 24% of the total weight of the fruit. Mango peels provide a wide variety of nutrients and health benefits that most people are unaware of. Ice cream, also known as iced cream or cream ice, is a sweetened frozen treat that is commonly consumed as a snack or dessert. It's made with dairy milk or cream flavored with sugar or an alternative sweetener, as well as any spice like cocoa or vanilla. This study aimed to determine the acceptability of mango peel ice cream using varying amounts. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions. What are the sensory ratings of the evaluators and the fundamental effect of peel ice cream using different treatments in terms of taste, texture, aroma, color, and general acceptability? Which is the most preferred formulation as perceived by the evaluators? What is the shelf life of mango peel ice cream? The study used a completely randomized design to determine the most acceptable formulation of mango peel ice cream along the different attributes like aroma, color, taste, texture, and general acceptability. 10 faculty and staff from the Research and Development Department of ASIS main campus in Laganilang, Abra served as the study's evaluators. The instrument used in the study was the 9-point analytic scale for score sheet. The procedure in making mango peel ice cream is as follows. First, the mango peel was oven dried and powdered. Then next, measure all ingredients. Then combine ingredients in blender. Blend all ingredients until smooth on ice cream cups and freeze to harden. For the results, statistically differences were noted among treatment groups of taste. Treatment A got a mean of 8.12, treatment B was 7.62, and treatment C was 7.25. Treatment A was noticed to have the best taste among the treatments. The table shows that there is a significant difference of the different treatments in making mango peel. On the aspect of the texture as shown in the table, treatment A got the highest mean of 7.92, while treatment C got the lowest with a mean of 7.33. The results show that treatment A is very much liked by the evaluators, which implies that treatment A had the best texture among the three treatments. Table 1C shows the evaluators' opinions on the developed mango peel ice cream in terms of aromatic characteristics. Treatment A had a mean of 7.97, treatment B yielded 7.70, and treatment C yielded 7.50. This means that the means differed greatly from one another. In terms of aroma, they were comparable. Treatment A appeared to be the best ice cream in terms of aromatic characteristics as shown in the table. As a result, treatment A had the best ice cream scent. As shown in the table, treatment A got a mean of 8.05 while treatment C gained 7.58. The table shows treatment A got the best mango peel ice cream color among the three. The general acceptability of the different treatments in mango peel ice cream is seen in Table 5, or 1E. Based on the result of the evaluation of the respondents, treatment A got a mean 8.11, treatment B got a mean of 7.92, and treatment C got a mean of 7.6. This means that treatment A was the most acceptable in making mango peel ice cream. The ice cream show, but treatment A was the most accepted by the evaluators. The overall result of the study is shown in Table 1.f. The treatment A with a mean of 40.17, treatment B with 38.76, and treatment C with 37.27, which means the treatment A was better at making mango peel ice cream. Evaluating the three treatments based on the parameters, it is noted in Table 1.f that treatment A is the best in making mango peel ice cream, which was highly significantly different from each treatment. A significant difference occurred in all treatments in terms of taste, texture, aroma, color, and general acceptability. This may be due to the degree of ripening of mango that were used in the study. The evaluators have different perceptions to the sensory characteristics of mango peel ice cream. This is further reflected in the evaluation. The shelf life of the developed mango peel ice cream was 30 days. The presence of ice shards on top of the lid and under the ice cream appeared on the 38th. For the conclusions, among the treatments, there is highly different or significant difference between quality, sensory characteristics in terms of taste, texture, aroma, color, and general acceptability. Treatment A was the most preferred by the evaluators in terms of texture, taste, aroma, color, and general acceptability. The shelf life of the developed mango peel ice cream is 30 days. For the recommendations, encourage the farmers and mango growers to plant and produce more mango to be able to have sufficient source of mango peel for the production of ice cream. Manufacturers may enhance their ability to work harder to make research and kinds of unique foods available from our locality. Further studies in the utilization of mango peel as the main ingredient for food snack may be conducted. And here are my references. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Pershiba L. Taclawan, for sharing with us your proposal. She also shared that there is a highly significant difference among the taste, texture, aroma, colors, and general acceptability. So there's highly a difference between the quality, sensory characteristics with taste, and general acceptability, a developed mango peel ice cream that will last for 30 days. So thank you so much, ma'am. I think this is another product development that can share to our communities as additional livelihood project. Right, ma'am? I think it follows after this research, we will come up to the community engagement to share this, to transfer this research-based product there. So thank you so much. So now let's proceed to our next presenter. We have Here, our presenter from Romblon State University, Luan Magdungan, Romblon, Philippines, who will be presenting her research paper entitled Morphological Characteristic, who will be presenting the morphological characteristic of indigenous crops in Tablas Island, Romblon, Philippines. So may I call in Professor Marjel I. Fariol. Good morning, ma'am.
Hey everyone, it's Marjorie Fergal from Romblon State University. I'm going to share with you my study title, Morphological Characteristics of Indigenous Root Crops in Tablas Island, Romblon, Philippines. Yam has more than 600 species, 14 of which have their tubers used as food. It is grown in many parts of the world because it is highly productive and requires little demand for input and labor for its cultivation. Tubers comes in many colors, shapes, and sizes. The names vary by location. This crop is currently the fourth most important tuber root crops in the world after potato, cassava, and sweet potato. It has high nutritional, energetic value, and therapeutic benefits. It has ritual, medicinal, and sociocultural significance s- used as feeds to livestock and poultry. The local species of yam in the islands is not yet characterized, though this crop seems very important. Massive production for maximum utilization of this edible species is not practiced due to lack of knowledge, awareness of the existing level of diversity, its uses, and potential. Through morphological characterization of both cultivated and wild species, it is very important differentiating those various species to produce a great variant that would be of great value in crop development and for its future potential use. Hence, the study was conducted to assess the morphological characteristic of just various species in the island. The objective of this is to assess the morphological characteristics of indigenous crops from municipalities of Tabas Island. The information gathered about morphological characteristics will contribute to classifying and identifying the phenotypic variation of both the and wild species. Will be used for selection, breeding, registration, and identification of Asian young in the province. Methodology. I have here the input, process, and output. For the input, a list of sample of yam succession collected from the island, and for process is the also characterization of sections, specifically the stem, leaves, flower, fruits, aerial tubers, and underground tubers were conducted using the descriptors proposed by International Plant Genetic Resources. Looking areas was either from the field farm and uncultivated areas. The organisms were analyzed using descriptive analysis. Here are the samples of the three descriptors as well as the score code for descriptor state. For the results and questions, here are the different YAM being collected from the municipalities. Uh, and UBB in the staple crop in the Philippines, this is a species of yam commonly referred to us as the purple yam, the night yam, or the water yam. So it is also rich in powerful plant compound and antioxidants, including the anthocyanin. So these are the different characteristics and the distinction between each species. So just look at the different species. And these are wild yams collected in the island that are edible. And for the summary, these characteristics among species are that the ubi having an oval tuber shape, the Palad Amo had an irregular tuber shape. The Sinawak having elongated tubers with few roots on the tuber surface with white with purple tuber skin color, while the ubing puti have maroon tuber skin color with white flesh color. And the patatas having purple skin color and flesh color. The binangkal having uh, yellow-orange tuber skin color with hard texture of flesh and with cordate broad leaf shape. The ugmag having light yellow tuber skin color and the wild jam, the sapang, the burut having an off-white flesh color, no wings with uh, this sapang has a trilobe leaf shape while the burut has a cordate leaf shape. While the Chiscorrhea or the bitter yam has a brownish greenish skin color and having an irregular tuber shape color with chest and yellow skin color on the head of the tubers. That's all for this presentation. Thank you very much for
entitled Morphological Characteristic of Indigenous Root Crops. So I think this study is very important since we have to protect our indigenous um, crops, right? It is not only a yam, but there is many indigenous crops that we have to conserve. So I think, ma'am, later we will have a questions about this research paper. So now let's proceed to our fifth presenter from Palumpon Institute of Technology, Philippines, who will be presenting her research paper entitled The Acceptability of Danggit Bone Polvoron by Professor Janet A. Oroque. Good morning, ma'am.
The title of our research is Development and Acceptability of Dangatone Pulbon, authored by Janet A. Orioke, Jason Abria, and Mark Pitobo. The background of the study. Innovation nowadays is a key ingredient to manage the global competitiveness, and companies have to deal with the creation of new products and services. According to the Philippine Constitution in Article 14, Section 10, GR,
We would like to apologize for unstable internet connection that we are encountered right now. So please stand by. Our participants, please stand by, please.
The results and discussion, as you can see in the table one, in recipe one, appearance got the highest mean and followed by the texture, then overall weighted mean of 4.40, which denotes very much acceptable. In recipe two, appearance got the highest mean and followed also by the texture with overall mean of 4.43. And in recipe three, appearance got also the highest mean followed by the taste with overall weighted mean of 4.63. And the overall weighted mean is 4.45, which denotes very much acceptable. And in the three recipe, the three recipe three got the highest mean of 0.63, which is very much acceptable. Conclusions and recommendations. In as much as CP3 of Dangit Bon Pulbon was rated very much acceptable in terms of color, taste, texture, appearance, and aroma. Therefore, this innovative product can be viable for production. Insofar as the recipe 3 were rated very much acceptable, it is recommended that the procedure in making these recipes should be strictly followed. Dissemination of the developed recipes can be an option for further study and development. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mom, for sharing your research output. So there is two recipes, Dangit Bone Pulveron, so were rated as acceptable. So it's highly recommended for production and ready to share to our communities. Right, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. Are you there? Vicon? This innovative product of pulveron here in the Philippines. So thank you so much. So now we have just heard from our so okay. So we just have heard from our first five presenter about various topics and research on agriculture. So our presenter are now ready to answer some queries which you may have relative to their researches. So anyone from the room can ask a question from co-researcher can also ask a question. Anyone from the room? So let me check the chat box if there are some questions about our first five batch research. Okay, so I think there's no one to ask. Okay, So let me wrap up the first batch session. So so majority of our first five presenters tackled about food, right? Food security, addressing food security. So we all know that um, food is one of the basic needs that sustain people. That lack of it could cause adverse health effects such as malnutrition. We have to address the no poverty, right, in sustainable development goals. So I think this is one of the a good initiative that our researchers would like to address the zero hunger. So one of the leading problems affects here in our countries today. So thank you very much for sharing your researches. I hope your research paper can transform to the extension, right? So that's the transition of research that needs to go to extension and share it to the community so that our community can utilize that product development. So now let's proceed to our sixth presenter. Okay, so from West Visayas State University, Iloilo, Philippines, will be presenting his research paper entitled Enhancing the Yield of Rice and Corn Using Field-Specific Crop Production Management Recommendation in Selected Areas in the province of Iloilo, Philippines. May I call on Professor Francis M. Galon. So good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Good day, everyone. Today, I'm going to present to you my research entitled Kabuting Saging Production and Cultivation Case Study on Kabuting Saging Production and Cultivation using banana leaves, dry straw, and cogon in urban and rural areas in Negros Oriental. The proponent, of course, is yours truly, Francis M. Galon, PhD, Dean College of Agriculture and Forestry of the Negros Oriental State University, Bayawan City Campus. Objectives of the study. It aims to help farmers in rural and urban areas to produce a quality but low-cost mushroom that will provide food security and sustainability with regards to pandemic of COVID-19. It is aimed to, number one, differentiate the yield of kabuting saging between the three substrates, dried dry straw, dried banana leaves, and dried cogon leaves. Number two, to be able to produce quality mushroom and assess its sustainability. Number three, to be able to produce mushroom that could provide food security and sustainability during the pandemic. Number four, to be able to produce mushroom at a low cost in urban and rural communities alike. Methodology. This study was conducted in the various locations in the two municipalities of Anon City, the third district of Negros Oriental. These are the municipalities of Santa Catalina and Basay and the city of Bayon. Experimental design. A randomized complete block design was used in the study with three treatments replicated 30 times. Experimental plot layout. Below is experimental plot layout with corresponding legend and dimensions. Plots or beds measuring 1 foot by 5 feet and an alleyway of 2 feet. Sampling. 30 farmers were selected to test the three selected substrates. Treatment X is the dried rice straw, treatment Y is the dried banana leaves, and treatment Z is the dried cocoa leaves. Treatments multiplied by 30 farmers was studied. Sampling was proposed. In this study, three substrates are needed: dried banana leaves, rice straw, and dried cocoa leaves. Each farmer respondent will provide their own substrate material since these materials are readily available locally. Below would be the distribution formula of the number of plots or beds. PT, or the total number of plots. F is the number of farmer respondents per town. S, number of substrates. T, town or city. So the formula is computed as PT equals F times S times T. That is equal to 10 times 3 times 3, a total of 90. Substrate preparation. Clean dried rice straw, clean dried banana leaves, and clean dried cocoa leaves are 2 weeks before spawning. It was then air dried for 2 weeks under shade, safe from rain or sunlight. The dried substrates was then soaked in water using large plastic bags for 8 hours and drained with water. As soon as substrates are not dripping with water but still moist, it was then incubated next 8 days, maintaining it inside plastic bags until to increase the temperature and to start the incubation process. Data gathering. The mushrooms immediately weighed every after harvest and recorded in its metric. Total yield in each substrate was computed by adding all the data from the first up to the last harvest. Statistical treatment. The data from every location was gathered, tabulated, and statistically analyzed using analysis of variance and multiple range test. Table 1 shows the yield group by treatment and block of mushroom. The result revealed the treatment X or dried rice row obtained the highest yield with 1.204 kilograms. This was followed by treatment Y, dried banana leaf mean of 0.39 kilograms. The lowest was treatment Z, dried cocoa leaves with 0. On the other hand, among the 10 blocks or 10 barangays, Philippines will obtain the highest total of 4.3 kilograms. Buhay comes in first with 0.4 kilograms. The table 2 showed the analysis of variance in the yield mushroom gathered from the 10 barangays of Bayon City. The result revealed highly significant result treatment since the observed value of the treatment is 11.45 is greater than the recorded F value of 4.76 for 5% and 9.78 for 1% levels of significance. Likewise, a non-significant result obtained of the block since the value of 4.47 is lesser than the required F value of 5.14 and 10.92 for 5 and 1% levels of significance respectively. Table 4 is a summary of results collected from barangays of the municipality of Santa Catalina. It revealed that treatment X or dried rice obtained the highest yield with 2.24 kilograms. This was followed by treatment Y, dried banana leaves with a mean yield of 1.33 kilograms. The lowest was treatment Z, it goes to 0. On the other hand, among the 10 barangays, barangay obtained the highest total of 2.7 kilograms. Barangay population comes in the lowest with 2.8 kilograms. Table 5 showed the analysis of variance the yield of mushroom gathered from the 10 barangays of the municipality of Santa Catalina. The result revealed a highly significant result on the treatment since the observed F value of the treatment is 8.86 is greater than the required value of 4.76 for 5 and 78% for 1% levels of significance. Likewise, a significant result was obtained on the block since the observed value of 0.73 is lesser than the recorded value of 5.14 and 10.82 for 5 and 1% levels of significance respectively. Table 7 shows the yield group by treatment and block of mushroom. The result revealed that treatment X or dried rice obtained the highest mean with 2.15 kilograms. This was followed by treatment Y, mean yield of 1.3 kilograms. The lowest was treatment Z, dried cogon leaves with 0. On the other hand, among the 10 blocks or 10 barangays, Barangay Kamalayungan obtained the highest total of 4.2 kilograms. Barangay Balos comes in the list with 5 kilograms. Table H showed the analysis of variance on the yield of mushroom gathered from the 10 barangays of the municipality of Basay. The result revealed a highly significant result on the treatment since the observed F value of the 72.40 is greater than the required F value of 4.76 for 5% and 9.78 for 1% levels of significance. Likewise, a non-significant result was obtained on the block since the observed F value of 2.8 is lesser than the required F value of 5.14 and 10.92 for 5 and 1% levels of significance respectively. Table 10 shows the yield group by treatment and block of mushroom. The result revealed that treatment X hydrester obtained the highest mean with 1.86 kilograms. This was followed by treatment Y dried banana leaves with the mean yield of 1.01 kilograms. The lowest was treatment Z dried coconut leaves with 0. On the other hand, among the two municipalities and one city, Santa Catalina obtained the highest total of 3.57 kilograms. Bayawan City comes in the lowest with 0.39 kilograms. Table 11 is the analysis of variance on consolidated yield of mushrooms gathered from the 30 barangays from the municipalities of Santa Catalina and Masaya and the city of Bayawan. The result revealed a highly significant result on the treatment since the observed value of the treatment is 8.75 is greater than the required value of 4.76 for 5% and 9.78 for 1% levels of significance. Likewise, the highly significant result was obtained on the block since the observed F value 76.85 is higher than the required F value 5.14 and 10.92 for 5 and 1% levels of significance respectively. Summary and conclusions. Based on the result of the study, after statistical analysis, it was found out that there is a highly significant difference in terms of yield between the three subjects being studied at both a 5% and 1% level of significance. As observed, one of the major factors is the duration in which the substrates took to ferment or decompose. Dried rice straw took shorter period of time to decompose, thus giving the bulbaril basil enough food to jumpstart growth. Dried banana leaves took a little bit longer period of time to decompose and to give available food for the spawn to start growing, thus giving smaller amount of produce as compared to dried rice straw substrate. While dried corn leaves did not decompose the whole duration of the experiment, thus giving no produce as evidence in the data gathered. Based on the preceding manifestation, the following conclusions are drawn. Different substrates decompose differently in terms of duration, thus being given different treatment as to length of time of decomposition period before being used for mushroom production. Good quality mushroom can be produced in one's own backyard with ease since materials can be sourced out locally, and the procedure can be easily followed due to its simplicity that even an individual with less or no background in agriculture can implement with no problem. Mushroom production can be produced sustainably due to the abundance of materials involved in its operation. Not highly technical, needless area does not need full-time attention, and low capital is required. Backyard food production has never been more important as we continue to experience the COVID-19 pandemic. Bulbarilla borbacea production can be produced at a very low cost of operation regardless of the location, urban or rural area. A very minimal area is needed in order to start producing mushroom. Knowing that food can be produced in almost everyone's yard, it can give us some level of food security, notwithstanding the high amount of nutrition that we be able to gain from eating mushroom. Recommendations. As based on the result of the study, dried rice is highly recommended for sustained mushroom production. With abundance of the different plants in the surroundings, it is highly recommended different other substrates be studied which are not included in the study. Example, dried sugarcane leaves, dried coconut leaves, etc., making mushroom production more sustainable and economically viable. For further study, coconut leaves can be dried and fermented longer compared to dried rice straw and dried banana leaves so that it will start to decompose when it is planted with Bulbarella bulacea spawn.
Thank you so much, Professor Alon, for enlightening us with your research paper. So you shared to us that the dried rice straw produced the most yield, followed by the dried banana leaves and dried corn leaves. So, considering that regardless of location and condition, uh, it can grow, and highly recommended to use the mentioned growing media like rice straw for the best mushroom yield. So another um, um, food that can share to our farmers. Well, so now let's proceed to our next presenter from University of Cavite State University, Naik Bukana Malakin Naik Cavite, Philippines, will be presenting her research paper entitled Untitled Potential of Averhora balimbi crude extract against chilled fish spoilage related bacteria. So now let's welcome Professor Maria Belen Estuarte. Good morning, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. So we hope that you're having a great day for today. Let me first introduce myself to you. I am Aliyah Kay together with my teammates. So today we're here to present our thesis study entitled Antibacterial Potential of Aberhoblin Linnaeus 1723 Curd Extract Against Chilled Fish Spoilage Related Bacteria. So without further ado, let's start our presentation.
Fisheries is one of the top food producing sector in the Philippines, contributing to the country's food production with 4,251 metric tons. However, not all fish products cultured by the fishermen are included in the food production. Fishery products that fail to match the standard for consumption are considered as a post-harvest loss. Storage and handling of catch affects the growth of microbes. Chilling at the temperature of melting ice hinders the growth of bacterial population in the fish. To control microbial spoilage, antimicrobial compound will be added during processing or as an ingredient of the product. Averhoa blimbi, locally known as Camias or Calamias, is a member of the Oxalidaceae family. Oxalic acid inside the fruit proves to have the inhibitor effect against bacteria, regardless of the ripening stage. Juice extract marinated to suppress the growth of Antibacteriaceae show its potential as a viable antimicrobial agent in the meat. Studies on its utilization of fish, which is a vegetable product, are not yet reported. The general objectives of the study is to evaluate the antibacterial activity of Abelin B against fish spoilage-related bacteria. Specifically, the study aims to determine the inhibitory effects of activity of Abelin B against fish spoiler to compare these commercial antibiotics, namely amoxicillin, ciprofloxacin, and cloxacillin. The results of this study will be beneficial to the fish vendor, municipality, fish companies, and consumers in terms of products, preservation, accessibility, and affordability. The research investigates the use of balimbi as a foliage inhibitor to prevent the bacteria such as Vibrio angularium, P. aeruginosa, P. fragi, P. potida, and P. fluorescens only.
The first method conducted was the acquisitions of active bacteria, including Pseudomonas vitae and Vibrio angularium from UP Los Baños and Seoul University, South Korea, respectively. For the experimental plant, Abelimbi, which is green and not overly ripe, perfect from the backyard gardens, the fruits were washed and rinsed with sterilized distilled water and then sunlight for 72 hours. Abelimbi was then macerated into powder in a sterile airtight container. The crude extract of abiline B was prepared using 80% ethanol as the solvent. 200 grams of the powdered abiline B were soaked in 800 ml ethanol for 72 hours in a dark room and at room temperature. Then a supernatant was filtered through Wattman filter paper number 1. A 10-gram nutrient agar powder was suspended in 200 ml distilled water. So the agar solution was placed in the microwave for about 5 minutes and sterilized in an autoclave 121 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes. MHA follows the same procedure, although having 7.6 gram dissolved instead. And also nutrient broth follows the same process but having 5.2 gram powder. Active bacteria was usually diluted to 30 times. The culture was incubated for 24 to 48 hours at 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. Bacteria from the nutrient broth was aseptically transferred and strict into nutrient agar. Following the incubation periods, the colonies of the test was inoculated, transferred into 10 ml nutrient broth and replicated until bacterial concentrations and turbidity were about 50 to 10 raised to 8 CFU per ml with 0.06 to 0.01 absorbance in spectrophotometer. For the preparations of impregnated discs, sterilized plates were prepared in the Abeling extract and typicates following this immersions method by Belmonte et al. 1998. The 6 diameter filter paper discs were sterilized and impregnated with 10 of Abeling extract, so the plates were dried in an oven at 60 degrees for 2 hours until dried and for the susceptibility test. So the three antibiotics were tested used as a positive controls in the studies, including 2 grams of amoxicillin, ciprofloxacin, and cloxacillin. The use of antibiotics in the study was subjected to approval. This diffusion method for antimicrobial susceptibility test was carried out according to the standard method of Kirby Bauer et al. 1966. A bacterial culture of 15 times 10 raised to 8 CFU per ml based on 0.05 McFarland standard replica was used and evenly loaned on MHA plates using the sterile cotton swab. The disc which had been impregnated, which is the evenly liquid extract placed on the MHA surface. All work was done septically to prevent undesirable contaminations and duplicate observations to improve accuracy. Autoclaving were done at 121 degrees Celsius at 1:08 p.m. in 2 hours for glassware and 15 minutes for media. All measurements were presented in aeration. Differences were computed using one-way analysis of variance ANOVA with HSD post-hoc tests. In all cases, P less than 0.05 was considered significant.
Let's switch to the result. Figure 1 shows the inhibition zone of an antibiotics enabling the extract against V. anguillarum. Bacteria was most susceptible to cloxacillin, but also resulted with high inhibition to the abiling root extract. The second figure shows the resistance of the antibiotics enabling the extract against P. aeruginosa. The inhibition zones of antibiotics displayed low values, showing the resistance of P. aeruginosa to antibiotics. The bacteria proved to be the most susceptible to abiling extract. For this figure, antimicrobial activity against P. fragi was tested. The inhibition zones of the 4 samples are in comparably close values, which shows the susceptibility of P. fragi against antibiotics enabling the extract. Figure 4 shows the P. putida is susceptible to all antibiotics enabling the extract. The mean inhibition zones resulted in close values, but enabling the extract proved to be comparable to ciprofloxacin. The figure shows the resistance of the antibiotics enabling the extract against P. fluorescens. The enabling the extract resulted in the highest antibacterial activity against P. fluorescens, with the enabling showed the highest zone of inhibition. In the present study, enabling the extract proved to have the highest antimicrobial potential against P. aeruginosa and P. fluorescens. Moreover, enabling the extract is comparable to other antibiotics for susceptibility against P. anguillarum, P. fragi, and P. putida. The antimicrobial property of abilin can be attributed to the presence of phytochemicals such as alkaloids, glycosides, tannins, steroids, flavonoids, sapiens, and carbohydrates. These substances cause antibacterial activity by destroying the bacterial cell wall, preventing the increase of bacteria. In this study, fluorspirinoxine the commercial antibiotics. These antibiotics disperse, unlike the abilin extract, which consistently results in high inhibition zone. The fluorescence and ferruginosa are bacteria responsible in causing tuberculosis and pneumonia, respectively. Fortunately, these bacteria are susceptible to antibacterial activities of abilin extract. These conclusions drawn were based on the study. Fish spoilers such as V. angularium and Pseudomonas species were susceptible to abelin B extract, and inhibitory activity of abelin B extract was comparable to amoxicillin, ciprofloxacin, and fluoxacillin in resisting fish spoilers. The study established the effectivity of avilimb as antibacterial agent against bacteria causing fish spoilage. Thus, the following recommendations are presented. One is study to determine the effects of avilimb extract through direct application on fish meat and its effect on the organoleptic properties of the fish meat, and a second study to compare the levels of avilimb extract concentration that suits fish preservation the most. Here's our references for this study. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Duarte, for sharing with us your very innovative, innovative research paper. It's all about Aberhoba bilimbi extracts against shieldfish spoilage related bacteria. Thank you so much. It noted that research recommends the application of a bilimbi extract to fish meat. Okay, so thank you. Later, if you have a question from this research paper, you can use our chat box. Uh, Next, from College of Fisheries, uh, Fisheries Tagkawayan, Quezon, will be presenting a research paper entitled Refinement of Transplantation Techniques for Developing Mussel Farming Industries in Quezon. So let's welcome Professor Fren R. Moreno. Good morning, sir.
Good day, everyone. My name is Joffen R. Moreno. I am from Southern Luzon State University, Judge Guillermo Rizar, Tagkawayan Campus, and I am here to present our research study entitled Refinement of Muscle Transplantation Techniques for Developing Muscle Farming Industry in Quezon, with my co-researchers Victoria M. Lome, Sherlyn Bame, Maria Johanna L. Sigara, and Manrose S. Gutman. For the rationale, aquaculture is regarded as economically important sector in the fishery industry. It includes the culture of mussels, oysters, seaweeds, and other fish species. Aquaculture production in 2014 is 73.8 million metric ton with a value of 160 US dollars. The Philippines ranked 8th in the world's largest producing countries of aquaculture products according to BFAR-DA 2015. Green mussel, locally known in the Philippines as tahong, is one of the bivalve species with high potential for commercial aquaculture. Pinoy longline, a modified and cost-effective version of the longline culture system, is used by other countries for producing high-quality mussels, proved to be effective in mussels culture in Tagkawayan. One of the areas of intervention under the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PICARD, Muscle is SNT program roadmap is the refinement of muscle transplantation protocol. The general objective of the study is to improve the muscle transplantation techniques for developing muscle farming industry in Quezon. The specific objectives of the study are: number one, test, develop transplantation protocol establishing reproductive population of muscle, and number two, determine the financial feasibility of using the transplanted muscle. For materials and methods, selection of site for muscle transplantation in Tagkawayan, Quezon. Three potential sites were pre-identified for muscle culture in Tagkawayan, Quezon prior to transplantation. These are barangays of Catimo, Laurel, and Rizal. Water quality assessment in Catimo, Laurel, and Rizal of Tagkawayan, Quezon. Sampling for various water parameters such as DO, salinity, pH, temperature, and were measured using DO meter, handheld refractometer, waterproof pen, type pH meter, which also measures temperature and water current respectively. We also constructed and installed long line using crates or plastic cages for mussel culture, and here's the layout of the 20-meter long line for mussel culture. We also collected and transported muscle broodstock. Sample of muscles collected from Bacoor, Cavite was submitted to the FAR National Fisheries Laboratory Division for paralytic shell poison test or test. Muscle broodstock are then transported via jeepney from Bacoor City, Cavite to Barangay Rizal, Tagawayan, Quezon. The cleaning, sorting, and prophylactic treatment and stocking of muscle. Upon arrival, mussels were cleaned, sorted, and subjected to prophylactic treatment before stacking. To treat the mussels prophylactically, a container of fresh water was added to ppm formalin, which is also known as formalin bath. Cleaned mussels were submerged in formalin bath for a few seconds. The treated mussels were placed in plastic case at various stacking densities: 200 pieces per crate on treatment 1, 400 pieces per crate on treatment 2, and 800 pieces per crate on treatment 3. The plastic cages with mussels were suspended in a 20-meter main line at 2-meter interval. Each treatment had 3 replicates. We also constructed and installed long line for spot collection. Collectors made of bamboo strips, coconut husks, and fine grain mesh nets were utilized for the collection of mussel spots. Bamboo strips and coconut husks collectors were installed using the hanging and longline rope web techniques. Net spot collectors were suspended in between the bamboo poles. Grow out of non-transplanted mussels in plastic cages. Mussel spots in 2 to 4 centimeter in size that settled on plastic cages separated from the breeders. The spots collected were left to grow in the plastic cages for another 6 months or until it reaches its maximum size. Data on survival, shell length, total weight of the muscle, and meat quality were gathered. Meat quality was determined through condition index assessment. It measures the amount of shell to the quantity of the living tissue in the bivalve malus. We also computed cost and return analysis. In order to evaluate the cost and returns of the different food media used, the production yield, revenue, operating cost, and net income were computed on a per hectare basis. Moreover, extrapolations were conducted to make an illustrations of the effect of the different level of production to the cost return of muscle farming in peso. Data treatment, the mean for survival and growth parameters were obtained and tested for homogeneity of variance using Levine statistic of SPSS. The data were analyzed using one-way analysis of variance or ANOVA to verify if there is a significant difference among treatments. Comparison of means was done through Tukes HSD at 5% level of significance. For the results and discussion, the water quality assessment of potential site for mussel culture. Analysis of water quality apparatus for mussel culture of the 3 potential sites resulted that Barangay Rizal readings on DO, pH, salinity, temperature, transparency, water current velocity, and current speed were found to be within the optimum levels for mussel cultures. Collection and transport of mussel broodstock. Highest survival rate of mussels was observed in the treatment where no ice, seawater, and Manila paper was applied or used for the control. Similarly, high rates of survival were exhibited when mussels were covered with Manila paper with ice and mussels were submerged in seawater during transport. The effect of the different stacking densities on the survival of mussels. Mussels initially stacked on 200 pieces per crate, 400 pieces per crate, and 800 pieces per crate exhibited survival rates of 50.7, 11.2, and 4.8% respectively, but significant differences were observed among treatments. On the effect of the different stacking densities on the growth of muscle, growth performance of muscle was also assessed to determine if various tendencies have an effect on the shell length and total weight of the muscle, as shown in Table 1 and Table 2. Relative growth rate of the shell for various stacking densities was also determined on a monthly basis. Highest shell growth was observed during the first month of culture, which has growth rates of 0.806 centimeter on the 200 pieces per crate, 0.821 centimeter on 400 pieces per crate, and 0.779 centimeter on 800 pieces per crate. As total weight gain after 6 months of culture, muscle stock at 200 pieces per crate, 400 pieces per crate, and 800 pieces per crate had final weights of 11.24 gram, 17.76 gram, and 11.41 gram respectively. On the comparison of survival rate and growth performance of muscle using suspended ropes and plastic cages, muscles in plastic cages have significantly higher survival rate than those grown on suspended ropes, possibly because muscles are more connected to predators. The mean shell length of mussel placed inside the plastic cages is significantly higher than mussels cultured in suspended ropes. As for total weight, mussels stuck in plastic cages gained more weight than those mussels in suspended ropes. On the comparison of condition index of muscles cultured in suspended ropes and plastic cages, the rope-grown muscles achieve higher condition index as compared with those cultured using plastic cages. High condition index was noted during full moon and new moon, while low condition index than in plastic cage during full moon and new moon. In terms of revenue using different culture media, in case of long line using plastic cages and suspended ropes, projection or extrapolation using different densities or number of spots per line were drawn. The results revealed that the higher the level of production, the higher the possible yield and the higher the revenue. In terms of operating expenses, actual operating expenses of longline muscle culture using plastic cages and suspended ropes with 3 cropping per year of operation were extrapolated using different stacking densities. It is revealed that the higher the level of production, the higher the cost of operational expenses. In terms of the annual net incomes using plastic cages and suspended ropes calculated as sales, less the cost of goods being sold and other expenses were also extrapolated. Return on investments, return on assets, and return on sales were highest at 5.8 to 81%, 6.88%, and 14.54%, respectively, at a stacking density of 8,000 muscles per cage. It could be noted that losses continued even after increasing the level of production. The study recommended the following. Long-line method of culture using plastic cages is recommended for this medium of culture, and it gives higher survival rate and requiring low operating expenses. Entrepreneurs may engage in larger scale production to obtain higher yield and higher revenue. Further studies may be conducted to validate the result of the present study. It could be noted that lower densities were not enough to cover the cost of operation, thus increasing the level of production and lowering costs provide attractive returns through achieving economies of sales. With the increase in production, costs are spread over a larger number of goods, thus lowering the cost per unit, enabling a positive return for muscle culture using plastic cages. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing to us your research findings that there is a lower stocking density are not enough to cover the cost of operation to increase the level of production and lowering operation costs provide a positive return through achieving economic scale of the particular uh, uh, research about the muscle transplantation techniques or developing muscle farming industries. So thank you so much, sir, for sharing to us the research result. Okay, now let's proceed to next presenter from Apayao State College, Corner Campus Malama, Apayao, Philippines, who will be presenting his research paper entitled Sensory Evaluation of Salted Egg from Dominant CZF1 Chicken in Different Preparation Technique. May I call in Professor Leandro B. Ala. Good morning, sir.
Good day to everyone. I'm Leandro B. Aria, faculty of the College of Business and Hospitality Management of Apayao State College, Malama Corner, Apayao. And I'm pleased to present to you a research titled Turmeric and Rich Calabasa Pandesal, its acceptability as perceived by employees of Apayao State College, with my co-researcher, Mr. Christian Paul. Thank you. Value-adding activities for farm products, including food processing, are very essential factors in attaining food sufficiency and uplifting socio-economic conditions of many of our farm workers. Value-added products are raw agricultural products that have been modified to enhance to have higher value and longer shorter life, shelter life. Pandesal is a classic Filipino bread roll that can be eaten for breakfast or as snack and can be eaten with many different fillings. Actually, we have many different flavors of pandesal existing in the market, such as malunggay pandesal and kalabasa pandesal. So pandesal is probably good day to everyone. I'm Leandro Alia. Good day to everyone. I'm Leandro Alia, faculty of the College of Business and Hospitality Management of Apayao City, as received by employees of Apayao State College. With my co-research, the bread roll that can be eaten for breakfast or a snack and can be eaten with many different fillings. Actually, we have many different flavors of pandesal existing in the market, such as malunggay pandesal and kalabasa pandesal. So pandesal is probably the most popular bread in the Philippines. And according to Albala in 2011, pandesal is considered as a traditional breakfast bread staple in the country. In Manila Payao, despite the abundance of turmeric and squash, there is no record of an individual or an enterprising entity who was involved in the production of pandesal using turmeric and squash as an ingredient. Capitalizing on the aforesaid premises, the researchers were motivated to conduct this study to innovate on the processing procedure and develop a turmeric and rich calabasa pandesal which not only appeal to health conscious individuals but also have the potential to provide an alternative source of income and generate livelihood opportunities and role to contributing to the economic condition of the province of Idaho. For the objective of this study, the study will determine the acceptability of turmeric and rich calabaza pandesal. Specifically, it is to answer the following. First, to determine acceptability of the experimental product in terms of flavor, taste, texture, appearance, and aroma. Second, to introduce new product innovation derived from turmeric and kalabasa. And third, to determine what best treatment of turmeric and rich kalabasa pandesal that is the most preferred by the respondents. For the significance of the study will be significant to the following. First, Biosite College income generating project or the continue. The study will provide a nutritional recipe of pandesal that can be served for snacks for students and employees of college. For bakery owners, the study will provide ready-made recipe for the bake shop to adopt the technology-driven of this research and serve as additional bake variety. For this, study will be used as reference in their subjects related to food processing or in bread and pastry production. For future researchers, this will be a baseline reference of first studies in this area of interest. For research design, the researchers use an experimental design of research. And for the location of the study is conducted at IOC College, Malama Corner, Apayao. The participants of the study are employees of IOC College who are food entists, especially faculty members teaching food-related subjects, and employees who are considered food lovers. For the research instrument, the researchers use a survey questionnaire using the 5-point Likert scale for the sensory evaluation of the pandesal and a 9-point hedonic scale for general acceptability. For the data gathering procedure, samples were coded and were subjected to sensory evaluation. A 30-member laboratory panel was seated to evaluate the overall acceptability and to evaluate the flavor, aroma, color, texture of finished product. And members' reactions preferences were recorded in the evaluation form by descriptive words on the 9-point hedonic scale, 9 representing the most desirable and 1 the least, and using also the 5-point Likert scale. For the ingredients used in making turmeric-enriched kalabasa pandesal, you need dry yeast, bucket of milk, all-purpose flour, bread flour, sea salt, unsalted butter, granulated sugar, eggs, breadcrumbs, turmeric powder, and mashed squash. So this is the flow chart in making a product. First, the preparation or mixing of ingredients. Second, baking, and third one is the sensory evaluation. So the following are the materials needed in making turmeric and rich calabasa pandesal. First, mixing bowl, weighing scale, measuring spoons, measuring cups, measuring glass, fire rate water, wood, chopper, knife, colander, sifter, peeler, casserole, and oven. For the treatment preparation, control raw turmeric and squash. Treatment 1, 1/4 tablespoon turmeric and 1/4 cup squash. Treatment 2, 1/2 tablespoon of turmeric and 1/2 cup squash. Treatment 3, 1 tablespoon turmeric and 1 cup squash. For the statistical analysis of data were analyzed using a 5-point Likert scale for flavor, aroma, appearance, and texture, and for general acceptability, a 9-point hedonic scale was used. These scales are presented below. So this is the 5-point Likert scale, and this is the 9-point hedonic scale. The reason of that for the color or appearance of turmeric enriched calabasa pandesal. As regards to appearance, T2 has rated the highest mid rating of 4.28, which is interpreted as very appealing. Most of the respondents claim that this treatment had best color, not so yellow and not so pale in color. Treatment 3 or treatment 3 has a mean of 4.07 with verbal interpretation of appealing. This treatment provides pandesal with super yellowish color, which implies that too much addition of turmeric and squash give the pandesal a bright yellowish color, which is appealing, also, but Tito makes sure give the best color for the pandesal. On the other hand, Sigma has a mean of 3.4 as appealing, while control is the lowest among all the treatment, which implies that the addition of turmeric and squash enhance the color of pandesal, and this supports the idea that curcumin is commonly used in food product, mainly as coloring agent, which is according to Singh in 1995. It is found out that more addition of turmeric and squash and the mixture, the more it enhances the color of pandesal. This is reason why T2 for the addition of 1/2 tablespoon of turmeric powder and 1/2 cup of mashed squash give the best color of pandesal compared to control with pale color. For the appearance aroma of turmeric enriched salt. In terms of aroma, treatment 3 had the highest mean of 3.67, while treatment 2 with a mean of 3.64 were rated aromatic. This means that the addition of turmeric powder gave a pungent aroma to pandesal. So treatment 1 has the mean of 3, while control has the mean of 2.6. All are interpreted as moderately aromatic. So this classifies the addition of turmeric powder in the mixture increases the more it becomes aromatic as gleaned on the results. Among the rest, according to the laboratory panel members, T3 has the best mixtures in terms of aroma because according to the respondents, the aroma of turmeric and blends well with pandesal and gives the best aroma. For the texture of turmeric and rich calabasa pandesal, it can be gleaned that T3 has the highest mean of 3.78 interpreted as fine. The mean rating of 3.78, followed by treatment 1, 3.70, treatment 3.67, and control 3.41. All are interpreted as fine. This is attributed in the fact that pandesal, regardless of what flavor added, it is naturally fine in texture. So T2 or addition of 1/2 tablespoon of turmeric powder and 1/2 cup of mashed squash give the pandesal a fluffy and crumbly texture. On the other hand, the most the more squash mashed squash added, the more it deteriorates the texture of the finished product because it becomes harder or runny. For the taste of the turmeric enriched calabasa pandesal or the flavor, it can be gleaned that T3 garnered the highest rating of 3 point with a mean of 3.63, followed by treatment 2 with a mean of 3.42 is both interpreted as flavorful, while C1 and control with a means of 3.14 and 2.96 respectively had an overall interpretation of moderately flavorful. This implies that the addition of 1 tablespoon of turmeric and 1 cup of mashed squash enhance the flavor of pandesal. The fans agree that this is the best mixture of the ingredients because it's complements each other, giving a flavorful taste. Adding turmeric and squash is good for health. Supports to the study of Fire in 2008 who sees that curcumin has been proposed as potential therapeutic agent against several non-communicable chronic diseases, helping in inflammatory regions such as neurodegenerative diseases, just like Parkinson, Alzheimer's, among others. As to the general acceptability of turmeric infused calabash pandesal, it can be gleaned that T3 emerged having the highest rating of 7.98, interpreted as like very much. This is reflected in the majority of the comments of the evaluator who claim that this treatment is the most acceptable in terms of taste and aroma of the pandesal. Majority of respondents claim that this mixture blends well with other ingredients. No ingredients that is found in this mixture complements one another. C1 and C2 with a mean of 6.89 and 6.85 are both intended as light moderated, while control with a mean of 6.10 with verbal interpretation is light. For conclusion, based on the result of the study, this case concluded that tip or the use of 1 tablespoon of turmeric and 1 cup of matches was added in the preparation of pandesal was clearly the most acceptable in terms of various attributes as well as the general acceptability of the turmeric and rich calabaza pandesal. It is concluded also that turmeric and squash can also be an ideal variation of pandesal that can be introduced to students, especially those who are malnourished. So in light of the findings and conclusions, the following are forward recommendations. First, mass produce turmeric and calabaza using Ict Resources, are income generating activity of the college, produced and served in the school canteen. Second, promotion of the developed technology through trainings and participations in trade fairs should be done. Third, educators, guardians, and parents should serve turmeric and rich calabaza pandesal to children as an alternative high nutritional value food. Fourth, more studies and recipes should be developed using turmeric and scotch focusing on its nutritional value. And fifth, it is highly recommended that this study be used as baseline data for future studies, which will know on specific aspects may be useful for, like studies and the likes. So these are the references of the study, and these are the photo documentations during the conduct of the study. And thank you for listening and this.
Okay, thank you, Professor Laf, for sharing your another value-adding product for turmeric and the calabaza. Actually, sir, we have a turmeric center here in Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, and so we need to know that you're also engaging in that kind of value adding. I hope we can collaborate on that endeavor so that our Bicol community can also utilize the kind of a product here in because since we have so many turmeric crops grown here. So looking forward to that. Thank you. I hope you are in the room so that we can ask questions. Okay. Now let's proceed to our next presenter from University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Laguna, Philippines, who will be presenting her research paper entitled Physiological Responses of Selected Saline Tolerant Rice Varieties to Seawater Flooding at Different Growth Stage. So let's now welcome Professor Krista F. Blaudiel. Good morning, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. I am Krista Blaudiel. I present our study on physiological responses of selected varieties to seawater flooding at different stages. So this is one of the major stress of crops, which is salinity stress. And this salinity seawater inundation results in high concentration of soluble salts in the soil solution, causing severe water stress in plants. And for events like typhoons, salinization is caused by increase in seawater intrusion volume as a result of flooding. And the Food and Agriculture Organization estimated that around 6.5% or 832 million hectares of the world's total area is affected by this. Damage is 45 million hectares of irrigated land, and 1.5 million hectares were taken out of production each year. And we also include the fact that there is a conversion of traditional rice fields to other uses. So the main objective of this study is to assess growth, biomass partitioning, sodium uptake, yield and yield components of selected salt-tolerant rice varieties subjected to simulated seawater inundation of paddy at different crop stages. For the methodology, these are the different rice varieties used. So RC 182, 186, 334, and 326 are the salt-tolerant varieties or the Salinas varieties screened from the PrEP study. and included is the farmer's variety and the susceptible type. And shown is the experimental layout of the study, which is flat layout and randomized complete design. And for different growth stages, it is based on the phenological growth stages and BVCH identification piece of rice by Lancashire et al. 1991. So for the vegetative stage, this is indicator BVCH 21. Reproductive stage, we use the BVCH 51, and ripening stage BVCH 85. And for the timing of salinity stress, it's composed at different growth stages by seawater irrigation, 50 liters per 100 meters squared, with pure seawater, which has 50.97 semen per meter EC. And for the cultural management, for example, the fertilizer, it is based on the recommended rate of the rice crop manager. And these are the parameters measured in this study. So for the results of the session, we have the growth parameters. So the timing of salinity stress at different growth stages significantly the different growth parameter except for the maximum and productive. And among varieties, there is significant effect in the capacity for the maximum and productive factors. For the plant height, plant stress during the reproductive and ripening stages are not affected by the seawater treatment. And this is also discussed in the data 1981, where I highlighted that movements of the flag leaf signals the end of the leaf production. And that is why there is a significant difference during early vegetative stage, where we recorded increase in plant height, which is attributed to the tilling capacity of the plants, and it is affected and correlated to the relative growth rate of the plants, which is also recorded to increase during the vegetative stage. And for the leaf area reduction, under control, we can see that there is an increase in leaf area, while varieties started to roll their leaves 5 days after seawater treatment. So highest leaf area reduction was observed if the plants is stressed during the reproductive stage. For the maximum dealers and number of productive dealers, highest maximum dealers was recorded in RC334 and RC10 varieties. For the yield and yield components, significant reduction start to affect the number of spikelet panicle and domino to other yield components like the yield grains and up to the harvest deck. So the same is true with the variety. There is an interaction of this stress through the growth stages and varieties when it comes to the number of days to maturity. For the number of spikelets per panicle, it is significantly low for stress and reproductive stage. And the RC182 has the highest number of spikelets per panicle, and it was followed by RC186, which is also a Salinas variety and the Farmers variety. Right there. For the percent yield rates, there is significant reduction compared to control in plants stress during the reproductive stage. So this reduction ranges from 12 to 20% if it is during vegetative and 26 to 42% during the reproductive stage. And with the grain yield, we have lower grain yield when plants are stressed during the same stage as the vegetative stage. So this result also is consistent with the studies of Grattan et al. 2002 and Manet et al. 2008, where they discussed that rice yields are often decreased with salinity level when experiencing the early development stage. For the number of days to maturity, only RC1 and RC334 are not affected, while RC36 advanced its grain maturity by days delayed by 1 week and susceptible check that are 29, and RC-186 also develops its maturity via its phase. So for the plant biomass, for the and straw, there is a decrease and cool dry weights, and it is subjected to salt water and red rocks. The lowest dry weight for roots was observed if the plant stress during the cutting stage, while lowest dry weight of straw observed if the plant stress during the reproductive stage. And this result also was similar to the conducted by that and now for 2011, where they report the decrease in dry weights of roots of the rice or cultivars they use at this is in salinity level. And in the harvest index, there is a significant reduction. Assured only the plants are subjected to sea multiplying during the reproductive stage. And respiration and harvest index are highly influenced by varietal characteristics. Farmers should select rice could also affect the production efficiency of the rice crop. And White et al. In 1997 also reported that reduction of the its components is attributed to the production expansion, senescence, and physiological less active green foliage. So the sodium accumulation of rice absorbed less than 1% of sodium in any plant tissue. This accumulation was record higher in the roots compared to the straw and grain. So except for the RC-186 variety. For the summary conclusion, the effects of salinity test starts to affect number of mechanical and eventually affect the parameters of plant growth. And this salinity stress was significantly destructive at the reproductive stage when we recorded higher reduction in this area, return field greens, green yield, and harvest index. And also the result of this study revealed that salinity stress at different growth stages altered number of days to maturity of different rice varieties. It could either advance or delay harvesting days depending on the timing of study. And for the sodium uptake, majority of the rice varieties used were compartmentalized higher than which compared to its straw. And this rice varieties were able to risk absorption of salt and the grains where sodium concentration was below detection limit. And that's all for this study. Once again, good morning.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Krista and Claudio, for sharing with us your research paper about the physiological responses of selected saline intolerance rice varieties to water at different cost stage. So, noted that the planting dates, even for the insect salt tolerant variety, should be adjusted to avoid exposure to salinity stress during the critical productive stage. So, thank you very much, ma'am. So now we are ended with our second batch of presenters. So we have just heard from our five presenters various topics about researches on agriculture. The of them are coming from the fisheries sectors, right? So our presenters are now ready to answer questions which may have relative to their research. Okay, so we have here questions from our audience. Question for Professor Galon. Are you in the room, sir? Sir? Sir Galon.
Yes,
Hello
ma'am.
po.
Yeah,
Yes,
hello.
we have your question. So your tips in field of kabuting saging, production and cultivation. Please study on kabuting saging. Is this it is any value add products from this research your mushroom production policy? Is there any value adding products?
So far, there's no
value-adding product because we're really trying to know what are the best substrates which are locally available, what are the best substrates that could give the highest yield in the mushroom production, specifically the bulbarilla bulbacea variety.
Okay, so for now, there's no value adding product, but soon, sir, when you come up with the 100% growing media for mushroom, right? 100% uh, highly efficient growing media for mushroom. So,
Actually, I have submit a new proposal, which will be released tomorrow for an in-house review here in our university, which is something to do with value adding of these substrates of mushroom. So your question will be answered in months to come.
okay, so I think that proposal we presented to Isaiah, Port Isaiah, right? Sir?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully, sir, we can still entertain or innovative research paper on value adding
Yes,
products
ma'am.
for a mushroom.
Yes,
Okay, sir, thank you very much.
yeah.
Thank you,
If ever
sir.
invited, say yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So now, um, wrap up this session, due to the poverty of our farmers, specifically in Celine, our fisheries, they are not able to use the latest technology. Still nowadays, they also follow traditional farming, fishing, poor infrastructures, and lack of cold storages, like I mentioned by Professor Duarte, the chilled fish spoilage. So they are not able to give the fresh fish. So the quality of the fish comes down, the rate also is down. So the record high food prices have triggered a global crisis, not only the Philippines, but will force other countries that will be driven millions more into extreme poverty, magnifying hunger and malnutrition while threatening to replace hard-won gain in development. So supply chain disruptions and the continued economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic are still revising years of development against and pushing food prices to all-time highs. Rising food prices have greater impact on people in low and middle income countries since they spend a larger share of their income on food than people in high income countries. So thank you very much. I hope all your researches uh, can cascade to our clients, to the community, so they can utilize and to have a sustainable livelihood in agriculture. Thank you very much. So now let's proceed to our third batch presenter. So from Faculty of Economics and Rural Development, Vietnam National University of Agriculture, who will be presenting a research paper entitled High-Tech Application in Vietnam Agriculture, Difficulties for Farm Households. Let's welcome Professor Nguyen Ting Tu Pien. Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. Welcome to
Good
Philippines.
morning. Okay.
Mabuhay.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Good luck po.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you po. And good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Today, I'm very grateful to present to you one of my recent research on high-tech application in Vietnam agriculture, difficulty for farm households. As you know, agriculture has always been the strength of the Vietnam economies. As of 2021, the agricultural sector contributed about 13.97% to the total value added of the whole economy. And the agricultural products has been exported to many more foreign markets, according to Ministries of Agriculture and Rural Development of Vietnam 2022. However, Vietnam's agriculture is still facing many challenges. These were dominated by small and scattered farm households. These were affected by climate change, disasters, and diseases. And these were competed by many other agricultural exporter countries all over the world, and it also were required to feed the increasing population. High-tech application is expected to create a breakthrough in Vietnam agriculture and is expected is a progressive method following the innovation trends the world agriculture. And a number of high-tech agricultural regions has been formed and achieved notable results all around the countries. However, the subjects participating in high-tech application modules are mainly large enterprises or operated small farm of relationship these enterprises. Let's look at the London province as effective high-tech agriculture production models. The high-tech agriculture area in 2020 of this province reached 60,000 per hectare, accounting for 20% of the cultivated areas. Thus, were increased by 17,000 hectares compared to 2015. There were 19 high agricultural regions were formed, but only 2 of them were recognized. 12 enterprise recognized as high agricultural enterprise with farming scale of 386 or 8 hectares and focusing mainly on vegetables, flour, and dairy crops. 31 comparatives and 59 farms apply high-tech in production. Many high-tech models were present, green cultivated greenhouse areas, net house, agricultural mulch, automatic, semi-automatic irrigation, hydroponics farming, or area with automatic sensor carboniosis and nutrition management technology. Many production areas have given revenue from 500 million to 2 billion per hectare. So thus, is thus Vietnam's small farm household are still not ready for this trend. We can see that it is due to the lack and weaknesses of production resources. The farm household in Vietnam was a dominant actor in the development of Vietnam agriculture. They are account for 99%, almost 94% of total number of urban units in Vietnam. But they have small and fragmented production land. More than 65% of them have less than 1 hectare. They have low capital stay for investment, low opportunity to
Vòng quay bình thường ba các bạn. Bây giờ sẽ chuyển bản vấn đề rồi thì không gian nó sẽ không bị
so the leading to intensive transferring
có
and
nghĩa là hôm
like
chính thức thì như thế, hôm nay
production
không muốn mở ra cho không là
to invest in high application unless with support from other stakeholders. There's also lack of market access for high-tech agricultural products. They have slow and difficulty in accessing market information, so they are less sensitivity. They have less sensitivity to chain tests of production toward higher requirement of traceability and food safety. They to start for investment, low opportunity to access loan,
This
lack
thing
of
does
loan,
not works, madam.
and they have many elder and female laborers, and there are high proportion of untrained workers. So this leading to difficulty in receiving, transferring, and applying high technology in production and not eligible to invest in high-tech uh, application unless with support from other stakeholders. They also lack of market access for high-tech agricultural products. They have slow difficulty in accessing market information, so they have less sensitivity to the chain of customer tests of production toward higher requirement of traceability and food safety. They are main targeted on local.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I start
Can
now?
you? Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
see my yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can see your
Okay.
screen and we can hear you clearly.
Okay, so I can do it quickly. Okay, sorry about the internet connection problems. So I would like to introduce my a brief research on high-tech application in Vietnam agriculture, difficulty for farm households. Uh, um, as you know, agriculture has always been the strength of the Vietnam economies. As of 2021, this agricultural sector contributed about 13.97% to the total value added of the whole economy. And the agricultural product has been exported to many more foreign markets. However, Vietnam's agriculture is still facing many challenges. Example, were dominated by small and scattered farm households, and it were many affected by climate change, disaster, and diseases. And it were competed by many other agriculture countries and required to fit the increasing populations. So high-tech application is expected to create a breakthrough in Vietnam agriculture and is a progress method following the innovation trend of the world agricultures. A number of high-tech agriculture regions has been formed and achieved notable results on the countries. However, the subjects participating in high-tech application model are mainly enterprises and cooperatives. Small farm households are still not ready for this change. So what hinders their readiness? So in this research, we apply statistic data on Vietnam agriculture performance in the recent year, which were collected and reviewed from official sources. The discussion were made based on analysis from macro to micro perspectives, and case studies were selected to illustrate the discussion point. First discussion point is there are strong commitment from Vietnam government to support the development of high-tech agricultures. And the second point is region and enterprise has been formed and recognized. Small farm households are still not ready for this trend. So let's talk about the first one. Strategic vision for the agricultural sector to 2030. We try to develop agriculture in a modern and sustainable directions in producing large volume of goods, applying science, technology, and innovation to increase productivity, quality, efficiency, and competitiveness. And we also develop a master plan on development of high-tech agriculture region in Vietnam. We're formulating, implementing, and supporting agricultural project and enterprise in applying high tech on the list of high technology list of high tech products. By the end of 2020, the result of implementing a credit practice from the state budget of 100,000 billion Vietnam dong, with accumulated loan reached 66,000 billion Vietnam dong were launched. We have attracted many corporations and companies to get in high-tech application in agriculture, like Vingroup, Nutrifood, and Dala Farm in Vietnam. In 2020, there were 17 projects with total investment of over 20,000 billion was started and put into operation. The second point is that a modest numbers of high-tech agriculture region and enterprise have been formed and recognized. To 2021, nationally, there was only 16 high-tech agriculture regions have been recognized, concentrated in only 6 among 63 provinces in Vietnam, and 6 regions for aquaculture, 2 for flour, 2 for vegetables, and 2 for pepper, and 2 for rice, 1 for coffee, and 1 for dairy farm. 56 high-tech agriculture enterprise were recognized. So this number, so that is a very low number compared to the expectation of the government and locality. There is a lack of information related to the area of production, the scale of investment enterprise, and especially the economic efficiency of these regions. There are some image of the high-tech region as a case study. The most famous, or we can say most effective high-tech agricultural region in Vietnam recently. In Lâm Đồng, the high-tech agriculture area in 2021 reached 60,000 hectares, accounting for 20% of the cultivated area in this province, and it's were increased in comparison to 2015. Many others. The form of high-techs were applied in this area is a greenhouse area, net house, agricultural, mulch, automatic and semi-automatic irrigation, and hydroponic farming, and the crop area with automatic sensor temperatures, carbon dioxide, and nutrition management technology were 194.7 hectares. So many production area has given revenue from 5 million Vietnam dong to 2 billion Vietnam dong per hectare in 2020. However, small farm households in Vietnam are still not ready for this trend. They are lax and have weakness of production. They are dominating actor in the development of Vietnam agriculture, which account for 99.84% of the total number of agricultural units in Vietnam. But they are small and fragmented. They have small and fragmented production land. More than 65% of them have less than 0.5 hectare only. They have low capital saved for investment, low opportunity to access loans due to lack of collateral, and they obtain many elder and human labor with high proportion of them were untrained workers. So this leading to difficulty in receiving, transferring, and applying high technologies in production, and they are not eligible to invest in high-tech application unless we support from other stakeholders. Besides that, they also lack a market assessment for high-tech agricultural products, with slow difficulty in assessing market activity to trends in consumer tastes of production toward higher requirements of traceability and food safety. And now they also mainly target on local and domestic markets only. So export market signal is not strong enough to force them to change production method in switch to. Uh, they have lack of linkages with other actors in the value chain of agricultural product. So they lost opportunity for risk sharing, benefit sharing in receiving, transferring, and applying high tech in agricultural productions. So our recommendation is that it is necessary to recognize and help small farm households successfully act their main role in the process of high-tech agricultural development. Some solutions are proposed. First is to perfect with mechanism and program focusing on supporting farm household easily access and apply technology in their production. Second is to promote communication program to share information and training activity in order to improve awareness them and their ability to receive the transfer of high technologies. And the third one is to strengthen linkages and to promote sharing mechanism of resources and information among actors in the agricultural value chain toward moderation, safety, and sustainability. So small farm household face difficulty in high-tech application in Vietnam due to their lack of resources and capacity. So therefore, government and other sectors in the value chain should formulate and implement solutions to support farm household in applying high-tech to production that could help to strengthen their core role in the development of Vietnam agricultural value chain in the direction of modernization, safety, and sustainability. So thank you very much for your listening. I'm Quỳnh Nguyễn from Vân Đồn.
Thank you so much, Professor Nguyen. So uh, we'd like to apologize. We encountered unstable internet connectivity here in our venue. So thank you, Ma'am Nguyen, Professor Nguyen, for um, unexpected presentation live. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your initiative to present it. That's very interesting. It's a high time to use high-tech technology in farming, and I hope Philippines will follow the footsteps of Vietnam initiative. So, um, um, thank you for sharing us that it is necessary to have a solution to support our farmers in applying high tech in production to strengthen their core roles in developing, specifically in Vietnam agricultural value chain in the direction of modernization, safety, and sustainability. So I hope Philippines can also strive to that kind of uh, um, modernization. Um, um, but we are in a process to that. So thank you very much, Professor Nguyen. So now let's proceed to our next presenter from Institute of Agriculture of Life Sciences, Davao Oriental State University, Philippines, who will be presenting her research paper entitled Behavior and Diet Composition of Fiddler Crabs in Guang, the Hican city of Mati Davao Oriental. So let's welcome Professor Ivy M. Nalos. So good morning, ma'am.
I'm Ivy and assistant for the human a group as master and they're known for loss, not borrow other trust in their house, which is a refuge for high temperature, occasionally. Solution. There are enhancing the growth of plants and irrigating the soil. Good day, everyone. I am Ivy Hernandez, a research assistant from Davao Oriental State University. I am going to present my study entitled Behavior and Diet Composition of Fiddler Crabs in Buwang-Buwang, Dahican, City of Mati, Davao Oriental. Fiddler crabs are found in mangrove areas, salt marshes, mud flats, and sandy beaches. They are well known for their unique claws. The male's claws are much bigger than the female's claws, which have the same size. Their burrows are vertically. They stay near in their burrows in which they can easily escape from their predators as well as refuge from high temperature, according to McIntosh in 1982. Ecologically, their burrowing give importance to enhancing the growth of marsh plants and irrigating the soil, according to Berkness in 1985. The other importance of feeder crabs is not yet really understood because of lack of information about them. This paper will contribute new information about fiddler crabs because there are few studies of the species here in the Philippines. The purpose of this study is to provide information about the behavior of fiddler crabs and their diet composition in Guang-Guang, Dahican, City of Mati, Davao Oriental, and how it affects our environment. Henceforth, the result of this study will serve as a guide toward the conservation of our marine resources. The objectives of the study are to observe and categorize various different behaviors of fiddler crabs in relation to low tide and to assess and examine the diet composition of fiddler crabs. The methodology of the study. The research followed a descriptive and experimental design. Fiddler crabs were observed in their natural habitat for a number of minutes. A sample of fiddler crabs was taken to the laboratory and examined for their diet. ANOVA was used to balance the various behaviors and the diet composition of the fiddler crabs. For the laboratory work, 30 fiddler crabs, male and female, were sampled for each of the stations of their diet composition. In field activities, the behavior of the fiddler crabs was observed. In result and discussion, there are different behaviors of fiddler crabs. They consist of antagonistic, walking, foraging, waving, and burrow enhancement. 3 days were made to observe their behavior. The observation was done in three different substrates: muddy, coralline, and sandy substrates. In figure 2 shows the different behavior of the fiddler crabs for the three stations. It shows that the foraging activity is the most performed activity by female fiddler crabs than male fiddler crabs, followed by the walking activity. These two activities were observed in the sandy substrate. In waving and antagonistic activity, there were few counts of the fiddler crabs observed performing this activity and only the male fiddler crabs performed. To determine their diet composition, there were samples collected to identify their stomach content. Figure 3 shows the percentage of the stomach content of fiddler crabs in the 3 stations. It illustrates that in the 3 stations, that the sediments and the chum were always present in the stomach of the fiddler crabs, while the leaf fragments were sometimes not found in the stomach. Among the 3 stations, the sediments had the highest percentage, which is 60%, than the leaf particles and the chum. This is determined by how efficiently it obtains, digests, and adopts nutrients from organic matter, and how it uses these nutrients for conservation, growth, storage, and ultimately reproduction, according to Every et al. At 1993. Table 1 shows the ANOVA results for the total count of fiddler crabs per month. The abundance of fiddler crabs is not significant when it is being compared for each month, where P is equal to 0.134. The conclusion of the study. For the various behaviors of fiddler crabs, the foraging activity had the highest counts of most performed activity by the fiddler crabs and most performed by the female fiddler crabs. There were observed behavior that only the male fiddler crabs performed the antagonistic activity and waving activity. The activity with significance in all the activities was the burrow enhancement. For the diet composition, the sediments, the leaf particles, and the chum were found in the stomach of the fiddler crabs, but the leaf particles were not always present in each of the stomach of the fiddler crabs. The highest total percentage found in the stomach of fiddler crabs was the sediment, which is the 60%. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nalos, for presenting to us your research paper that provides information about the behaviors and diet composition of either crabs. So noted that there are different behaviors of either crab were also observed and counted per week. So thank you so much. So now let's proceed to the next presenter from Institute of Agriculture and Life Science, Davao Oriental State University. Just wait. Okay, so same university from Davao Oriental State University, who will be presenting to us a research paper entitled Women Participation and Contribution in Sustainable Fishing of Surigao del Sur, Philippines. So without further ado, let's call in Professor Aimee S. Mainawang. Good morning, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. I am Aimee Mainawang from Davao Oriental State University, Mati City, Mindanao, Philippines. For this presentation, I am going to share the study of women's participation and contribution in sustainable fisheries of Surigao del Sur. A sustainable fishery maintains a balance between meeting human needs and protecting fishing resources. These include the richness of resources, human well-being, and effective management of fishery resources. Surigao del Sur is known to have marine protected areas in which coastal people are aware and strengthen the protocol implemented to conserve the marine resources in the areas. Women are believed to play a little role and are undervalued in the fisheries industry, particularly in the Philippines. Women are actively participating in small-scale fisheries, especially in pre-fishing, post-fishing, and other related processing. According to Prieto Carolino et al. 2021, women also attended meetings trainings, or take part as committee member of various organizations in General Santos City. The objectives of this study are to assess the role of women in fishing industry in the Surigao del Sur, and also to determine women's engagement in different fishing activities and various activities for resource management. To achieve these objectives, we conducted a total of 6 focus group discussions with a total of 24 fishers' wives at Cortes, 25 in Lanosa, 27 in Yanga of Surigao del Sur. During the focus group discussion, the discussion started by giving a short lecture on women in fisheries and their participation and contribution. Questions were answered by respondents using ball pen and sticky notes and explained verbally. After collecting data were encoded in Microsoft Excel to analyze gathered data. The result of the study showed that women contributed to fishing industries towards sustainable fisheries in terms of their contribution to the economy by selling their catch through gleaning and helping their husbands in fishing. This table showed that women's understanding of sustainable fishing defines as having a willingness of participating in various activities such as tree planting, coastal cleanup, meetings, and seminars in Surigao del Sur. Women also define it as sustainable if community is resilient in terms of natural hazards and has enough catch every fishing. Women in Surigao del Sur technically support their husband in fishing. This table showed that problems encountered by women and its suggested solution. Most women go on gleaning twice or thrice a week and sell their caught seashells to their neighbors, but the price of seashells was low, in which they just consumed their caught seashells due to its low price, or sometimes they do not have enough catch. Most women seek additional government livelihood and extension programs and also suggested to have government loans for capital on post-capture, like making dried fish and etc. Illegal fishing methods years were also the problem of women in Surigao del Sur, especially in municipality of Lanosa and Yanga, while women in Cortes has a problem on improper garbage disposal. Women in Surigao del Sur have roles in fisheries. Productive role refers to related activities that make money or provide goods for consumption. From thrice a week of gleaning, women earned monthly of 800 to 3,000 pesos and 5,000 to 8,500 pesos from fishing monthly. Women's, women also, especially in municipality of Lanosa, were buying and selling of fish and earned 4,200 to 9,000 pesos monthly. Also, women have small store, or they call it sari-sari store, and earned 3,000 to 10,500 pesos monthly. Most women earn 2,000 to 6,200 pesos monthly from other livelihood like selling delicacies, home service manicure and pedicure, making vinegar, and washing clothes from neighbors. Reproductive role refers to maintain necessary activities for survival of human life like cooking food, childbearing, and related activities. Aside from gleaning, go on fishing and other type of alternative livelihood to have additional income and to sustain the needs of their families. These figures showed that 54% of women from municipality of Cortes, Lanosa, and Yanga were responsible for budgeting, and 85% for housekeeping than being a decision maker or providers of the family. Respondents said that both husband and wives were responsible in budgeting and decision making. Women in Cortes and Yanga identified improper garbage disposal in coastal areas as a problem in their communities. So they worked on plastic recycling and made decor products that provide an alternative livelihood. Meanwhile, the women in municipality of Lanosa found that their main problem is the issue of triple nets, which impact juvenile and small fish caught in the area. They voluntarily reported any illegal practices in their area to help them implement the rules and reduce illegal practices. Women in Cortes considered fishery as sustainable by having a willingness of people to participate in coastal cleanup, tree planting, and recycling garbage plastics to prevent pollution in marine ecosystems. While women in Lianga and Lenosa engage in coastal cleanup and meetings only. Therefore, women have a contribution to the fishing industry to be sustainable by participating in activities related to protection and conservation of resources. The municipality of Cortes, um, women of municipality of Cortes was more sustainable in terms of habitat and activities. Also, they were more organized and active in resource management than women in Lenosa and Yanga, which resulted in better management of resources. Researchers would like also acknowledge USDA PARD for funding the project. That would be all. Thank you. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Aimee S. Mainawang, for sharing your research paper that assessed the role of women in the fishing industry, their engagement in different fishing activities, and various activities for resource management. So now let's proceed. Next presenter from Vietnam National University of Agriculture who will be presenting his research paper entitled Developing Ornamental Flowers of Villages Associated with Agricultural Tourism in the case in Vang Giang District, Quang Nguyen Province in Vietnam. So let's welcome Professor Nguyen Dinh Ha. Good morning, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to attend the third National Conference on Development and Agriculture 2022 with the title topic Developing Ornamental Power Villages Associated with Agriculture Tourist Especially in Ban Trang Street, Province, Vietnam. So firstly about the introduction. There are four conditions in Ban Trang Street to grow the ornamental flower craft related into agriculture tourism. However, the production and then consumption of flower is not commensurate with the potential of the locality. One street is to encourage the gardener to grow concept focus on expanding the group of ornamental plants suitable in urban area. This one have to focus on the current situation and the development of ornamental flower villages and to propose some solutions to strengthen the development of ornamental grass villages associated with agricultural tourism. Another method is we select the partly in strictly moving grow ornamental flowers in pre-combination quantity total number respondent is 152. Because the data analysis use a descriptive statistic, and then we use agricultural and just total revenue intermediate free cost value add and mixed income to evaluate the result and effectiveness of on demand supply. is we need to have a 5 year planning. So with the background ornamental planning, like shrub and greening, they can earn 119 2021. With the bonsai, they can earn 173 million Vietnamese dong, and with the cereus, orange bonsai or pomelo bonsai, they can earn almost 186.9 million Vietnamese dong in 2021. With a short-term ornamental planning grow in the field, average of the household per 360 square meter after 1 year planting. The cut flower they can earn over 30 million Vietnamese dong. Hanging buckets flowers they can earn 31 million Vietnamese dong, and then other flowers they can earn 31.6 million Vietnamese dong to 2021. Assessment of the flower and bonsai grower in environmental pollution. They said that they can, if they affected by the air and smell of the pesticide, fertilizer, noise from the truck and industrial machinery for the construction. A lot of roadside with the domestic waste and agricultural land polluted due to excessive use of pesticide chemical fertilizer. According the impact of development of growing flower and ornamental planning on the people's society. They said that they can use the money earned from the acidity for the incomes household growing ornamental flower, and also buy some facility for life like television, washing machine, refrigerator, air conditioner, and also they have a good opportunity to access the health and education services. So some factor affect to the development of ornamental flower craft villages associated with the agricultural tourists in Bangsan district have to we have 6 factors. The first one about the factor belonging to the mechanism and policy of the state and government. The second one about the market factor and the market demand. The third one the elements belong to the human resources of the craft village. The third one element of the infrastructure, store system, tourist landscape. The fifth one, investment for promotion, tourist promotion, and then last but not least, certification, fraction of the visitor experiencing agricultural tourism of the craft village. Based on the factor, we give some solution to promote the development of ornamental flower villages associated with the agricultural tourism in Banzang district and in province in coming time. Firstly, it should be invest to the develop a plan to implement the guideline and master plan to the district on the tourist to the village of the growing ornamental flower and plants. The second one have to invest to the building infrastructure as a system for tourists. The third one to step up activities of promotion, publicity, introduction of the tourism products, introduction of the handicrafts village, of the growing ornamental flower and plants. The fourth one about strengthening the management of tourist activity associated with the promotion of the work, and then have to build the human resources for the tourist ornamental flower and ornamental villages in the period of the 2030 and with the vision 2045. So some conclusion about the recommendation. Due to the COVID-19 in 2019 to 2021, the tourist industry were adversely affected. In terms of revenue, in 2019, it was 11 billion Vietnamese dong to the 6.5 billion Vietnamese dong by 2021, with the average reduction rate to 76.87%. So I have to need to give some solution to develop the future. And some recommendation about have to promulgate policy on the craft village development associated with the craft village tourism in the uniform, sanitary manner and with a clear specific implementation guideline. assign the responsibility for the unified state management from the center to local level in the process of the directing, guiding, and managing the implementation of the party and state support and the encouragement policy on craft-village development and village tourism. Guidelines the locality to development the local tourism development strategy based on the concertizing strategy of the country and involving and implement the policy in the increasing the investment scale for the tourism area in which priority given the tourist promotion, propaganda and publicity for the research in order to create new key and specific tourism product and for the planning and training of the staff working in tourism and tourist management in Craft. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Kuyen Dean Han, for sharing to us your research output, provide a solution for the development of bonsai village in association with agricultural tourism. So thank you so much. So now let's proceed to our next presenter from Department of Agriculture, Sri Lanka, who will be presenting his research paper entitled Extension Strategies Influencing the Adoption of Integrated Pest Management for Bitter Gourd in Hambantota District, Sri Lanka. So let's welcome Professor Wirasuri Haji S. Kumara. Good morning, sir.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to give gratitude who provides valuable platform to present for the International Conference Education, Environment and Agriculture 2022. I am W. Samantha Kumara, Assistant Director of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, Sri Lanka. As all of you know, Sri Lanka is an agricultural country. Agricultural extension system in Sri Lanka faces several challenges. Lack of comprehensive national agricultural extension policy, limited recognition of agricultural extension services in all levels, a poor linkage among the research and other agricultural supporting services, a shortage of competent extension professionals, and inadequate research in extension challenge in agricultural extension system in Sri Lanka. In this background, study aims to determine the extension strategies affecting the adoption of integrated pest management for God, Modica Tarantula, in Hambantota district, Sri Lanka, southern part of Sri Lanka. With me in this research was my advisor, Dr. Myra E. David, University of Philippines, Los Banos. The outline of this presentation includes background and study problems, study objectives, methodology, result and discussion, summary and recommendation. Overuse and misuse of pesticide is a prevailing crisis all around the world, and it is also badly influenced the health of the farmers as well food safety of the country. So government is investing much on promotion and introducing integrated pest management practices to minimize the heavy use of poisonous pesticides. Integrated pest management or IPM is known to address the said problem worldwide, but in Sri Lanka, IPM is widely adopted by the rice farmers and not by the vegetable farmers. To be able to propose extension strategies, this study deals with the following objectives. Objective is to determine the characteristics of beta goat farmers based on their socioeconomic, demographic, and socio-psychological characteristics, social, structural, and facilitating policy efforts, and level of adoption of IPM to prevent the control of insect of beta goat. The second objective is to analyze the relationship between variables, and the third one is to propose extension strategies that may influence the adoption of integrated pest management among the beta-borne farmers in southern part of China. New IPM paradigm, the
This meeting is being recorded.
implications. Planning and organization strengthening the buildings, but in was also analyzed. Uh, it about some studies have found that IPM is not always effective in increasing the productivity of vegetables, but in this study, a statistically significant correlation was found between the level of adoption of the IPM practices and the yield of beta gourd in hectare. Out of the results, some recommendations, I can give some recommendations, and the extension strategies on communication aspects enhance the effective communication with extension agents, and frequently training for the farmers to capacity farmers with their knowledge and skills also extension strategies in communication aspects. In planning and organization aspect, strengthening the national agricultural policy to avoid the use of banned agrochemicals and marketing channels for quality agricultural products, and providing subsidies and incentives to encourage IPM practices and method utilizations also recommended. On the aspect of risk management, strengthening of the knowledge capacity of the DOA extension officers about the new IPM technologies and increase the knowledge of perception of the farmers in terms of IPM utilization through farmer training, secure quality seeds and materials for pest control, and strengthening the government rules and regulations restricting personal pesticides also recommend. As few studied, propose that the farmers' perception of the IPM trial should be done as well. Studies to improve knowledge and behavioral changes also should be considered in future studies. Thank you very much for listening, and I would like to thank to the Excel Club for giving valuable scholarships to my further studies.
Thank you so much, Sir Samantha Kumaraw Wirasuyaji, for presenting your research output recommends extension strategies such as enhancing effective communication with extension agent. So we would like to apologize that we are experiencing unstable internet connectivity here in our venue. So we'll feel sorry for that. So now let's proceed to our second to the last presenter. So from University of Antique campus, will be presenting his research paper entitled In Vitro Mollucicidal Efficacy of Mahogany Seeds Extracting with Different Solvent Materials. So let's welcome Professor Harry C. Lucis. Sir, good morning.
Good day, everyone. I am Harry Luces from the University of Antique campus, and today I will be presenting to you the result of a study entitled The In Vitro Processed Efficacy of Mahogany Seeds Extracted with Different Solvent Materials. For the background of the study, sorghum is one of the most important crops and is consumed by more than half of the world's population. It's one of the staple food of most Filipinos. Thus, continuous production to maintain supply is necessary. However, at the early stages of the rice crop, several pests such as golden apple snail can cause highly visible damage. The damage is enough to reduce yield because the crop can compensate for early damage over the rest of the growing season. Golden apples near the common problems of farmers in their farms have been widely introduced either intentionally as a human food resource or through the acquired trait of domestic snail pet for aquatic weed control in both natural wetlands and irrigate dry, or accidentally through water systems and as a trade contaminants. So farmers get a hard time to manage this kind of situation because slugs and snails can reproduce rapidly. Gas lives in the ponds, swamps, irrigated fields, canal, and waterlogged areas. It can survive even in populated water with low oxygen levels. So snails are able to bury themselves in the mud and estivate for up to 6 months. They can be more active during night after leaving the water in search for new feeding areas. An apple snail can live for up to 3 years at low temperature. To control golden apple snails, molluscicides are used. However, it poses danger and harm not just to the environment, also the farmers and the end consumer of rice. Mahogany seeds are noted for its pest inhibitory property because of its high alkanoid, saponins, flavonoids, and terpenoids. Mahogany seeds are currently without economic value, and such research is wasted when decomposed. Furthermore, when these seeds will be allowed to germinate and grow into another tree, it could create another problem since mahogany is already considered by the DNR as highly invasive tree species. Hence, this study will not only add value to the mahogany seeds and develop a potential molluscicide to control golden apple snail, but also to prevent further spread of these species. So for the objectives, first is to identify which of the different solvent is
This meeting is being recorded.
version 2.0.1, 2014 of the International Rice Research Institute. So showing you is experimental layout of the study. So for the methodology, first, we had collected the mahogany seed, oven dry and pulverized it using a blender. 100 grams powdered mahogany seeds was mixed with 400 ml solvent. So it was kept in a room temperature for 24 hours, and after it, the solution was filtered using a 3-layer cheesecloth. We prepared experimental medium by putting 5 liters of water in the experimental containers for 20 gas was added in each container and was fed with young kangkong leaves and was allowed to acclimatize in the container for 1 hour. 5 ml mahogany seed extract and 1 ml synthetic molluscicide was added in each corresponding containers. It was observed for 24 hours. Mortality rate was counted every 4 hours. So for the results and discussion, showing you is the table of the mortality rate of golden apple snails 4, 8, 12, 16, 20 hours after treatment. The data reveal that after 4 hours after treatment, no mortality rate on golden apple snail was observed. from those treated with mahogany seed extracted with acetone, ethanol, and water. While those golden apples snails treated with synthetic insect molluscicide using niclosamide had 23.33% mortality rate. Furthermore, as we can observe, mortality rate of golden apple snail increases as time lapses, with synthetic molluscicide recorded the highest mortality rate. So 24 hours after treatment, it was observed that 100% mortality rate of golden apple snail was observed from those treated with synthetic molluscicide using the niclosamide. The data were analyzed using the analysis of variance for randomized complete block design, and it revealed 1% level of significance across all period of observation. So least significant difference test revealed that treatment B using synthetic molluscicide had the highest mortality rate, followed by treatment B treated with mahogany seeds extracted using ethanol. Then treatment A treated with mahogany seed extracted using acetone, and this mortality rate was observed from those treated with mahogany seed extracted using water. So for the conclusion, so based on the result of the study, it is concluded that the effect of mahogany seed extracted with various solvents applied at the rate of 1% or 10,000 parts per million cannot suffice the effect of synthetic molluscicide within 24 hours observation period. So mahogany seeds extracted with different solvents has lower effect on the golden apples compared to nicosamide. However, longer exposure of golden apple snails to mahogany seed extract could provide similar result with niclosamide as observed in the study. So for the recommendations, the researcher would like to recommend the following. So first is to conduct similar study and increase the concentration of mahogany seed extracts. Conduct similar study and use mahogany seed extract to control other agricultural pests. Three, conduct the same study but use different organic solvent as extracting medium and conduct the same study in the actual field condition. So that will be all. Thank you for listening. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Professor Lucis, for presenting your research output. So it's all about a synthetic molluscicide. So it has a highest mortality rate in all period of observation. So followed by the mahogany seeds extracted during ethanol and mahogany seed extracted using acetone. So it says also that there's at least a mortality rate observed for those golden apple snail treated with mahogany seeds extracted using water. So thank you so much, sir, um, for sharing your research output. So now let's proceed to our last presenter from Isabella State University, Jones campus, who will be presenting her research paper entitled Root Characteristic and Yield of Rice Under Temporal Water Stress and Varying Levels of Phosphorus by Professor Helen Grace G. Sebastian. So good morning, sir. Ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning po.
A pleasant day to everyone. I am Helen Grace Guillermo Sebastian, and I am glad to present you the result of my study entitled Root Characteristics and Yield of Rice Under Temporal Water Stress and Varying Levels of Phosphorus. For the introduction, roots are the primary plant organs that take soil function and play a vital role in response to water stress. The ability of the plant to modify its roots to grow thicker and deeper into the soil might be an important mechanism to avoid water stress. Since most studies on the response of rice varieties to low phosphorus have focused mainly on the seedling stage or on rot stages, This study aims to determine the changes in rice agronomic and physiological traits throughout the growth period under sources of phosphorus and subjected into temporal water stress. The statement of the problem or the following. A pleasant day to everyone. I'm Helen Grace Guillermo Sebastian, and I am glad to present to you the results of my study entitled Root Characteristics and Yield of Rice under Temporal Water Stress and Varying Levels of Phosphorus. For the introduction, roots are the primary plant organs that take soil condition and play a vital role in response to water stress. The ability of the plant to modify its roots to grow thicker and deep into the soil might be an important mechanism A pleasant day to everyone. I'm Helen Grace Guillermo Sebastian, and I am glad to present to you the results of my study entitled Root Characteristics and Yield of Rice under Temporal Water Stress and Varying Levels of Phosphorus. For the introduction, roots are the primary plant organs that
Sorry for the delay, my dear audience, presenters. We will try to fix our connectivity and the laptop.
A pleasant day to everyone. I'm Helen Grace Guillermo Sebastian, and I am glad to present to you the results of my study entitled Food Characteristics and Yield of Rice under Temporal Water Stress and Varying Levels of Phosphorus. For the introduction, roots are the primary plant organs that affect soil condition and play a vital role in response to water stress. The ability of the plant to modify its roots to grow thicker and deeper into the soil might be an important mechanism to avoid water stress. Since most studies on the response of rice varieties to low phosphorus have focused mainly on the seedling stage or on rot stages, this study aims to determine the changes in rice agronomic and physiological traits throughout the growth period under sources of phosphorus and subjected into temporal water stress. The statement of the problem or the following. What are the effects of temporal water stress and phosphorus application on root characteristics and yield of rice? What is the optimum level of phosphorus that can enhance the root characteristics and yield of rice under temporal water stress? And what are the combined effects of phosphorus and temporal water stress on root characteristics and yield of rice? The objective of the study were the following. To determine the effect of temporal water stress and phosphorus in root characteristics and yield of rice, determine the optimum level of phosphorus that can enhance the root characteristics and yield of rice, and evaluate the combined effects of levels of phosphorus and temporal water stress on the root characteristics and yield of rice. The following were the methodologies that I conducted. First is soil mapping and analysis, wherein soil samples were collected in an irrigated area previously planted with rice. Soil samples were air-dried, pulverized, and foreign materials were removed. Then a composite soil sample was brought to the laboratory for analysis. The recommended rate of fertilizer was 120/30 NPK per hectare. Then an improvised nursery was established in June Isabela. For the soil media preparation, an equal amount of 15 kilograms of soil was placed in polyethylene plastic bags measuring 16 by 22 inches without holes, then followed by seed sowing. Then the water management. The plants in pots at 10 days after seeding was saturated and 3 centimeters of water was maintained, after which water was held 10 days after seeding and 45 days before panel initiation stage. However, water was provided at 21 days after seeding and 56 days after seeding based on the imposed treatments. The unstressed plants were maintained with water from seedling stage and withdraw 2 weeks before harvesting. And for the evaluation of roots, root development was evaluated by taking out the test plants into the pots to measure the root weight and length. This was done by carefully removing the soil surrounding the roots in the pot. Extra care was done so that all the roots were recovered. The recovered roots were air dried and evaluated. Root extraction and evaluation was done at 45, 65, and 85 days after seeding for its combination of treatments. 3 hills per replication were used for this evaluation. And data gathering, analysis, and report writing were also conducted. These were the following parameters gathered for the study. Figure shows the experimental layout following the completely randomized design in the split plot, wherein the main plot is the phosphorus levels and the subplot is the temporal water stress. So the first treatment under the main plot is the recommended rate of phosphorus, followed by 25% higher than the recommended rate, and lastly, the 50% higher than the recommended rate. For the temporal water stress, there were also 3 treatments wherein water stress at 10 days after seeding, the first treatment, followed by water stress at 45 days after seeding or during the chemical infusion, and lastly, the control or the treatment without water stress. Table 1 presents the plant height 30 days after seeding, wherein the varying levels of phosphorus had no significance on the plant height. However, the removal of water at tillering and during the tillering stage reduced the plant height. The interaction of phosphorus levels and the temporal water stress likewise did not affect the height of plants at 30 days after seeding. Likewise on the 60 days after seeding and at maturity. On the leaf area, the increasing level of phosphorus, water removal at tillering and panicle initiation stages, and the interaction of phosphorus and water stress had no significant effect on the leaf area. That means that when the plants applied with 50% higher than the recommended rate of phosphorus, it can probably be the same with the plants applied with the recommended rate of phosphorus per hectare. Likewise, the plants water stress during tillering stage had the same leaf area when plants had no water stress. In terms of the length of roots, application of 50% higher than the recommended rate of phosphorus per hectare significantly increased the length of roots at 45 days after seeding, wherein the removal of water, panicle initiation, significantly increased the length of roots, which is comparable to the plants with no water stress. The interaction of phosphorus and water stress significantly increased the length of roots at 85 days after seeding, but no significant effect on root length at 45 and 65 days after seeding. The weight of roots significantly increased by the application of 50% higher than the recommended rate of phosphorus over the recommended rate per hectare. The removal of water at panicle initiation stage significantly increased the weight of dry roots, which is comparable to the plants without water stress. Similarly, the different levels of phosphorus and the temporal water stress increase the weight of dry roots at 85 days after seeding. So the plants applied with 50% more phosphorus fertilizer and the plants without water stress produce the heaviest weight, but similar dry roots were, were produced when the plants are subjected to water stress at panicle initiation. For the number of productive fillers, the addition of 50% phosphorus over the recommended rate produced the most number of productive fillers, but was comparable to the plants applied with 25% higher than the recommended rate. Water removal at panicle initiation produced the most number of productive fillers, which was the same when the water was removed at fillering stage. However, the interaction of phosphorus and water stress had no significant effect on the number of productive fillers. In terms of the length of panicle, increasing the level of phosphorus at 50% more over the recommended rate produced the longest but comparable to the plants applied with 25% higher than the recommended rate of phosphorus. The shortest length of panicle was produced by the plants applied with the recommended rate. The removal of water at fillering and panicle initiation have comparable length of panicle when plants have low water stress. In terms of the number of field grains, the application of different levels of phosphorus did not significantly affect the number of field grains. However, the temporal water stress significantly affect the number of field grains. Wherein plants without water stress produce the most number of field grains, followed by the plants subjected to water stress during fillering, and this number of field grains was observed during the plant stress during panicle initiation. For the grain yield per cut and grain yield per treatment, the application of different levels of phosphorus under temporal water stress had no significant effect in terms of the grain yield. Based on the result of the study, the application of 50% more phosphorus over the recommended rate produced longer and heavier roots, but increasing the level of phosphorus did not increase the yield of rice. The plants with no water stress produce a comparable root length and weight to plants with water stress at panicle initiation. The interaction of phosphorus and water stress significantly increased the root length and dry root weight at 85 days after seeding, but no significant differences were observed at 45 and 65 days after seeding. In terms of the weight of dry roots, significantly produced heavier weight of dry roots, wherein the plants with no water stress produced the heaviest weight but comparable to the stress at 10 days before panicle initiation and application of higher levels of phosphorus. Based on the result of the study, it may be recommended to increase the level of phosphorus fertilizer at 50% higher than the recommended rate to produce longer and heavier roots. On the other hand, removal of water at panicle initiation may also be recommended since it also produced longer and heavier roots, which is the same to plants with no water stress. Hence, even under water stress condition, rice plants can exhibit normal growth and development. That ends my presentation. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Professor Sebastian, for sharing us your research output. So it's all about root characteristic and yield of rice under temporal water stress and varying levels of phosphorus. So it's all about, it's recommended in order to produce longer and heavier roots application, we have to uh, um, apply 50% more phosphorus fertilizers may be done. So under water stress condition, rice plants can exhibit normal growth and development. So thank you so much, Professor Sebastian. So now we have just heard from our third batch presenter, our last batch rather. So various types and researches on agriculture. Our presenter are now ready to answer some queries in which you may have relative to their research. Okay, so anyone in the room? would like to questions? Anyone? You can use our chat box, or you can open your um, microphone. Okay, so we have here Professor Dindi Dian Urit from CBSUA. So we have here a question to Professor Nguyen Diha of Vietnam National University. So I'm very much interested in ornamentals and agritourism. So I'm so glad to hear about your study. So I would like to ask, based on your data on the bonsai grower assessment on environment pollution, do grower perceive that garbage, roadside, etc., polluted agri-lands due to pesticide overuse? And noise from industrial machineries were the three most relevant issues. So, what are the solutions proposed to address these issues? Thank you for your answer. So, is Dr. or Professor Kuyen Din Ha
Okay.
is in the
Good
room?
morning.
Good
Okay.
morning, Professor.
Oh, yeah. Good morning from Vietnam, because I know that now in Philippines already passed to the afternoon already.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much for your question. Interesting. Nowadays in Vietnam, especially in some urban area, we try to give and guideline for the farmer to focus on the transfer from the agriculture with chemical transfer to the agriculture with biological. So nowadays we also guideline for the farmer try to use less chemical and fertilizer in their field. So in the future, more their product is more quality, and then as I can get higher price. And up to now, and this is the warning also put inside the decision of the uh, government and also the state. So uh, and when the farmer bring the agricultural product to the market, we also have a certificate for them. So that's why this is a main solution for this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kuyen, for your response. So I hope Professor Dian Urit satisfy your answer. So thank you so much. So
Thank you.
now I would like to ask a question to Professor Nguyen. So we have here a question from our audience. Professor Nguyen.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hello, ma'am. Good morning. So we
Yes.
have here a question from our audience. So the question is, so is there any pilot testing of these potential models in high tech application in your identified household?
Yes. Thank you for your questions. There are many kinds of pilot. We don't say it is pilot model, but it is applied in some areas, some regions, Vietnam, practically. For example, in my presentations, I mentioned Lâm Đồng province as an very good example in Vietnam. We apply high-tech technology in agricultural productions. There are many different types of high-tech, high technologies, as you can see, not just the tech, technologies in irrigation, as well as also technologies in predicts the weather conditions, and so for carbon dioxide treatment in agricultures, and also in for example in aqua cultures, there are some model applying water treatment technologies for cleaners waters and not with anti bacteria from aquatic cells. So there are some very effective models that have been applied in Vietnam practically. Thank you.
Okay, thank
However,
you
the
so
scale,
much.
the scale. But I want to add some point is that on the model or the projects have been applied in the practical have been applied the large farm with the investment capital from large enterprise, not a small household. So that's why high-tech application is still very expensive. It's still very expensive for to implement with with larger scale in Vietnam agricultures.
Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am. So I think the kind of initiative can replicate to other regions in Vietnam. So thank you so much. So embracing the high tech technology application. So of
Thank you.
course in Vietnam and Philippines, of course. Thank you so much, ma'am. And of course, I hope our audience satisfied with your answers. Thank you so much. And now let's proceed to the end session. So let me summarize some significant points and highlight in this session. So during our session transpire some of the terms and of issues, problems, and concerns about the growth in agriculture sector has been found on average to be at least twice as effective in reducing poverty as growth in other sectors. So food insecurity often rooted in poverty decreases ability of countries to develop agricultural markets and economies. So, what are the proposed solutions during our session? So, we have to access to quality, nutritious food, crops, and livestock is fundamental to human existence. Secure access to food can produce a wide range positive impacts such as social, economic growth and employment, poverty reduction, ICT technology, trade opportunities, increased global security and stability, and improvement health. So for the consensus during our session, so in agriculture research, scientists actively seeks to discover procedures, extension strategy that will increase livestock and crop yields, improve farmland productivity, reduce loss due to the disease and insects, develop more efficient equipment, increase overall food quality to establish sustainable food systems and livelihood. So at this point, let me thank everyone for your time in attending this session in this international conference. So we are rewarding and fulfilling one. We hope to see you again next year during the fourth Isaiah conference. So before we go back to the main room, may I request everyone to open your cameras for photo documentation. Okay, please, please open your camera for photo ops. Okay, guys. Okay, so please wear your best smile. Yeah. Thank you. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, okay, thank you. Next slide. Okay, thank you so much. So now, um, we will see you then in main room, and let's wait for the other session to finish. After which we will have closing ceremony for this conference. Once again, thank you for your participation and attendance in this session.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
nice meeting you all.
Nice
Thank you.
meeting you too.
This meeting is being recorded.
We are so back, ladies and gentlemen. This early, I wish to congratulate everyone, especially the participants, for sharing with us their researches in the name of gradual process of nation building, especially in the field of environment, education, and agriculture. At this juncture, to facilitate and give the synthesis of the two-day event, we have with us today the campus administrator of the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Philly Campus. A round of applause for Dr. Celerino Liasol Jr.
Thank you so much, Miss MC, our beautiful MC for this event, Miss Krisha Amparo. And I would like to give a big appreciation to our Director of Research, Dr. Aris Atibo, for spearheading this occasion. I'm very much glad that about 146 researchers were presented in this special event of the research division. As a synthesizer of this occasion, I am very much overwhelmed of the importance of the outcome of this event, such that we have gathered researchers from across the world, internationally, in addressing our main problem, of our agriculture, environment, and education as the thematic areas of this event. So for just a few moments, I am presenting to you the highlights and the synthesis of what we had come out. So there are three important thematic areas which we have conducted for agriculture. Saunahan, saunahan. Please start with the. Okay, these are the output of our presentations. We have three thematic areas which was conducted. First in our sige, a little while. Hindi na umpisa sa umpisa. Okay. So as we are undergone evaluating various programs and project of research proposal, the panel had come up with the following suggestions and recommendation. Okay. Sa akin. Okay, let's pause for a while we are I would like to commend everyone for participating in this occasion, such that everybody is very much aware that this undertaking is very much welcome in the academe, in the local governance, as well as in various government agencies, such as the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, as well as the Department of Agrarian Reform, which are all geared towards developing our communities. So after we undergone evaluating various programs, project, and research proposal, the panel had come up to have the following suggestions and recommendations. But let me proceed enumerating the submitted and presented proposal by clustering in that in education, environment, and agriculture cluster. So we have uh, 44 researches from education sector, and we have 58 researches presented for environment and 43 for agriculture, or a total of 145 researches submitted for presentation. So here are the following breakdown. We have 8 sessions being conducted. We have session 1A with number of papers presented, 11 in education, and our rapporteur, Dr. Rini N. Rabacal, with Ms. Jensel Canaris as our rapporteur. For 1B session, we have 14 presented in the same cluster. We have Dr. Cherela B. Montales and Ms. Joanne Pandi as the moderator, rapporteur and moderator. And we have on session 1C, there are 18 presented paper which combines the education and environment who were re- who were moderated and report by Dr. Marie Rochelle Chain Cornejo Magading and Miss Rochelle Petil. For clusters or session 2A, we have 18 researches on thematic environment in which it was moderated by Mr. Nazar Posadas and Miss Nikki Angela Corahachi. For our 2B session, there were 14 environmental researches presented, where Miss Lisaline Villano and Jubel passes as our reporter and moderator. For session 3 to C, we have 610 environmental and agriculture researches, which was moderated by Ms. Leia Banastao Malinog and Jubilin Ribueno. For 3A session, we have 17 in agriculture, which was moderated by Winilin and rapporteur Mr. Romel Catura. And the last but not least session is 3B with 17 papers presented in agriculture, which was also been moderated by Miss Lizelle Ayala and rapporteur Miss Pranimel Torres. So, as a summary of what we have noted, as to areas of concern we could it could be noted that most of the papers research presented fall on exploratory and initial studies on how our learners and mentors are influenced by various modalities. Various factors such as those from home and school were assessed and its significance were determined for finding the best educational platforms. These are intended to make our learners competent and desirable as future workers, leaders, and transmitter of knowledge and skills. For environmental researches, the researches presented vary from exploratory work on biodiversity, of environment and natural resources, and the perception of communities and local stakeholders on DRM, on how sustainable production, utilization, and conservation, as well as development that could be instilled to the values of our farmers, fisher folks, and industries. The scope and extent of researches in environment started from reeds to rift, which means a very pervasive undertaking by our technocrats. Most of the recommendations of the researchers focus on how to optimize the mobilization of our environment and natural resources for sustainable development and how to make our populace and properties resilient to disaster risk resource management. For agriculture researches, most researches in agriculture were clustered to enhance productivity through generation and utilization of farming techniques, improving harvest and post-harvest, the economics of production, pest and disease management, the use of organic farm inputs, and various extension and community services platforms, and the association of gender sensitivity, financial management as variables on the optimization of agriculture and forest resources and its derivative products. So thanks so much for your indulgence and at least we have make this day successful to every one of us. Good luck and good health to all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liasol. And at this point, I know it is sad, but we have now come to the end of this conference. So to give us his closing message, please welcome the Director of the Research Division of the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture and the overall chair of ISEA 2022. A resonating sound of applause for Dr. Aris Ativo.
So, good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Lison, for giving us a very complete and lengthy summary of what happened. Actually, I was supposed to say 10 points, but he already covered 8 of the 10 points. So I think the only left points to discuss is to thank everyone, especially our co-organizers, our co-sponsors, namely the Vietnam National University of Agriculture, the University Technology Mara, and our Philippine counterpart, the ERDB, who sent 2 of their employees here, staff here in Naga City. I also want to thank all the presenters, 145, I think 146, and coming from 6 different countries. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you again for next year's ISEA. I think that's it. And again, maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ativo, for spearheading such wonderful convention. Once again, an event as big and as extraordinary as this ISEA 2022. There, we are now about to bid goodbye to one and all. But before that, I'd like to congratulate all the presenters and participants for once again sharing to the world the gift of intelligence. Thank you all so much for supporting us in the advocacy of bringing impactful contributions to the world, especially in the field of education, environment, and agriculture through research. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank and celebrate the greatness and of the working committee headed by the Vice President for Research and Innovation, Dr. Ramona Isabel Ramirez, Dr. Ariso Ativo, the overall chair of this year's ISEA, Dr. Lenley Pintor, the co-chair from the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, Dr. Siti Akbal Saleh, the co-chair from the University Technology Mara in Malaysia, Dr. Nguyen Din Ha of the Vietnam National University of Agriculture, and also Madam Phe T. Oshanes, the supervising science research specialist, and Mr. Michael Maui Baldonado, the science research analyst from ERDB. And of course, the members of the working committee who were behind the success of the third International Conference on Education, Environment, and Agriculture. Professor Maria Teresa Lirag, Mr. Jubeli Pasis, Ms. Amy France Chares, Ms. Aiza Marie Grazal, Mr. Ace Valieno, Ms. Diane Jane Barreto, Mr. Daniel Cereliano, Mr. Arnel Sanchez, Mr. Roland Prima, Mr. Marvin Molin, Ms. Zaira Hila, Ms. Heidi Brisha, Ms. Franz Zavalia, Dr. Vladimir Forunda, Ms. Emeline Cerneches, Mr. Tirso Tesorero, Mr. Arnel Luna, Ms. Jovelyn Rebueno, Mr. Romel Catura, Dr. Renera Bacal, Dr. Cherry Love Montales, Dr. Marie Rachel Jane Cornejo Mangading, Mr. Nacer Posada, Ms. Lizalyn Villano, Miss Leia Banestao Sumalinog, Miss Wenelin Nilo, Miss Lizelle Ayala, Miss Miki Angela Kurahashi, Miss Jensel Cañares, Miss Prenimil Torres, Miss Joan Panty, and Miss Rochelle Petil. You guys did such a great job. We hope that more and more researchers will participate to ISEA 2023. Yes, we are claiming it and we are manifesting it. Once again, good day, ladies and gentlemen. This has been your host, Ms. Krisha Sheena Amparo. Thank you and may God bless us all. Now, we would like to request everybody to please turn on their camera for a photo opportunity. Our participants, guests, our visitors, kindly turn on your camera. Okay, we'll take the photo in 3, 2, 1. Another one for the next slide in 3, 2, 1. Another one in 3, 2, 1. Because there are so many participants right now in our meeting. So perhaps, are we good, technical team? Okay, another one in 3, 2, 1. Mag-smile lang po tayong lahat. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see each other again next year.
The recording has stopped.